right. You didn't save me no cane Wednesday. I'm highly upset. Highly upset.
Welcome back.
Friends shouldn't do that to friends, you know? Cane is special.
Holding out on you, huh?
All right.
Welcome to the Walther Center for today's semifinal action of the West Coast Baptist Tip-Off Tournament. I'm excited to be joining you, which is great because I am going to be here for a while. We've got a bunch of wonderful games coming up today. We are beginning with our ladies semifinals at 8 and 9:30, our men's semifinals at 11 and 12:30, but we're kicking things off between a pair of Crusaders. We've got Rosemount, Minnesota in white with black and red trim, and we've got Harvest Temple from Clyde, Ohio in black with green trim. Rosemount off to a good start with their first possession as Kira Weinja, the junior, goes down and scores on the first trip. And Rosemount now working the ball around the perimeter, looking for a shot. 45 opens up and gets it is Lydia Weinja. And picked off on the inbound. And missed at the rim, a board by number 5 for Harvest Temple, the 8th grader, Emma Holmes. Resetting now, heading down the court are the Crusaders from Ohio. And we've had a couple of these matchups. I think I got a different Crusaders versus Crusaders yesterday. A great pick, scoop, and score by number 12, Jada McKinney. And sometimes you see these teams work more out of the half court and sometimes with more full court pressure. Rosemount comfortable giving some pressure here, but a good play by Emma Holmes to get up into the front court and then absorbs the contact, gets the foul there. It's 7-0 Minnesota in the early moments of this one. And Harvest looking for their opportunity. And we've got a foul call here, and it looks like we're going to get a first substitution in this one with Taylor Zotke coming into the game for number 22, Maya McKinney. And Harvest with a nicely drawn up inbounds play, able to find space down low. And will now head to the line for a chance to earn 2 with the free throws. Number 21 at the line, Bailey Pethtel. Little to the right on the first one. And is going to be good on the first to open the scoring from the Ohio side of things. We've got Rosemount bringing it up the court, moving it around the perimeter here. And gearing up for another 3 is Lydia Weinja. And we've seen some good shooting performances in this tournament. Kyle Stevens for Indiana Christian on the guys' side last night. And Lydia Weinja off to a great start here on this Friday morning semifinal opener. Holmes with the ball and moving. They like this matchup in order to try to get across the court before resetting the ball from there. Good job working through an energetic Rosemount press. And the offensive board and the putback. First field goal made of the game by Harvest Temple. That's an impressive putback there through traffic. Good ball movement, finds an opening on the perimeter, and that one is nailed by the 8th grader Maya McKinney. And Rosemount able to create a turnover before the inbounds. Rosemount over the top. Wynja gears up again, but not as successful as some of her previous hot shooting. 13-3 is the score with 5 left in the first quarter here. Harvest Temple in black with green. First Baptist Rosemount in white with black. And Rosemount pressing here with this one's been effective in creating pressure so far. And number 14 not quite able to get it. And battling on the boards here. And this one is going to head back in the Harvest Temple direction. We've got number 11, Olivia Pethel, checking into this one here. 24, Lily Stanford getting the inbounding responsibilities on the baseline. And the Harvest Temple Crusaders working their way down the court here. Once they got the ball inbounded through the initial pressure, able to come across, scooped up by Harvest Temple to keep the possession alive. Good job finding an opening, not able to convert there. And the ball slips away from the Rosemount ball handler, but then a great pass to an open perimeter player. And if Harvest can continue to get some stops, it make it a little bit more difficult for Rosemount to set up the pressure. And here you can see them getting across half court with a little bit more space, a little bit more breathing room. Harvest now trying to enter to the post, and that is going to stay with Harvest Temple after a foul call on number 45. Harvest Temple setting up here. And this one is going to be stolen, and the break is on. Jada McKinney dishing to number 14, Taylor Zotke. And between some of the excellent defense and willingness to break, and even just the way that the press can naturally tend a game, this has been played at pretty high speed at sometimes. It's been an energetic start. 15-3, some of the three-pointers falling for First Baptist of Rosemount have certainly helped the margin. McKinney drives, dishes, finds a nice way through, and bit of a business foul there by Holmes. Just got to go up and contest, and sometimes that's the price that you pay. Cheyenne Rhodes at the line for Rosemount, coming off the bench, running the floor, getting an opportunity to contribute here. Hits the first. 16-3 is the score in the early going with 3:09 left in this one. We've got senior Erica Hoffman checking in for the first time on the Harvest side of things. Rhodes was good on the first, good on the second. And Rosemount is going to deflect it away. But it's going to go off of Harvest Temple, and so Rosemount now sets up with an opportunity to score. Working through the lane and dribbling through traffic. That's a tricky drive by McKinney. Did well. Not able to convert it there. But nicely set up by the Minnesota player. Harvest looks at it, slows it down enough to kind of get their bearings and opens up some of the opportunities. Good passing here in the half court. And Harvest is going to score that. A great shot by number 24, Lily Stanford, and an and-one opportunity. A lot of times you think of an and-one on a layup at the rim or something like that. A baseline jumper and-one is one of the higher degrees of difficulty that you'll get. Lily Stanford good on the shot, but not able to tack on that third point. 17-5 the score here with 2:40 left. And into the low post, finding Lydia Weinja. And it looked like Stanford mostly got the ball, but with the ref right there, able to catch some of the extra contact, if any. And Lydia Weinja hits that one from the line. She's been shooting well here in this one. We've got senior Jolene Brennan coming into the game here for the Ohio side. And an offensive board leads to ongoing possession for Minnesota up from the corner. And this one is going to be rebounded by Jolene Brennan just moments after checking in. Bit of passing now gets it back to Harvest. Rosemount is defending well. We've highlighted their press so far, but even in a half-court situation like that, just stand attached, stand in front. And a good full-court sprint there by Rosemount's Jada McKinney. We've seen a bit more substitution in this game. Both coaches trusting players up and down their roster to contribute. And this one will stay here. Harvest looking to work their way through. Into the corner, and Stanford doing a good job of working her way out of getting the ball in the corner with two defenders. Able to get it into the front court. 18-5, the score here. 1:40 left. And picked away by Kira Weinja. And quick hands there on the Rosemount side of things. Looking for some help. Stanford has been the one that the Harvest Temple Crusaders have gone to recently, and she's done a good job at helping progress the ball for them. Getting tied up there, jump ball will flip possession over to Rosemount. And a jump shot from the corner of the free throw line is good by Jada McKinney. Harvest able to pick out Brennan with the inbounds, but it's going to stay in their backcourt as Rosemount is trying to pin them in. And Stanford trying to work away. And it's going to continue on with Harvest Temple. 42.9 left in this first quarter. Stanford looking for the pass in and then getting the ball back herself. And we've seen Rosemount sometimes pressure hard on the inbound and then step away. And here they are continuing on the full court pressure even after the inbound, mixing up their defensive looks. 28.6 left in this first quarter, so the shot clock will be off as we play this one out. McKinney with the ball up top, swinging it over to Rhodes. Now it's going to be Taylor Zotke driving, leading to a couple of shots. We've got 12 seconds left in this one, enough time for the Crusaders from Minnesota to find something. Pulling up from outside, not able to go, and a shot is going to go up by Taylor Zotke, who will go to the line with 0.4 of a second left, more or less finishing off this quarter here at the line. And we have a range of contributors from both of these schools. Neither team is merely a senior-led or even senior and junior-led lineup. We've got sophomores, freshmen, even eighth graders contributing on both sides. And so at the end of this one, they're hashing out. There was a basket that came just after the first quarter buzzer, saying not enough time to get that board and come back up in 0.4. Score at the end of the first is 22-5. First Baptist of Rosemount off to an outstanding start. We'll be back on the other side of this break. Coming back to you at the start of the second quarter in a battle of Crusaders. It's First Baptist Rosemount 22, Harvest Temple Christian Academy from Clyde, Ohio 5. And I don't know if you can pick it up on these mics given where we are across the court, but we're starting to get some more energy and cheers from fans on the different sides of things. One of the fun things about a tournament like this is teams being able to have their guys and girls playing at the same time. We've got the Harvest Temple men's team front and center, but we've got a number of cheers for both teams here in the early going. And Rosemount is earning some cheers from their supporters here as they take the ball away via 5 seconds. And number 20 by First Baptist Rosemount, Leah Anderson. Great energy hitting the boards, not quite able to reel it in before it falls out of bounds, so it'll go back to Harvest Temple. But it's been a very energetic game by both sides. We've got number 14, Taylor Zotke, pushing the pace here, finding her opportunity to break and taking it. And this is going to be a foul call against First Baptist Rosemount, keeping it down with the Harvest Temple Crusaders. Elena Hoffman in the game for Harvest Temple, inbounding off of the baseline. And trying to break out and look for a good field goal opportunity are the Ohio Crusaders. 11 seconds left. Olivia Pethtel just a little bit deep. Looked like the angle was pretty much on. And the last dribble before the layup attempt, going off the heel of a defender, it looked like. It's going to be Zotke trying to push it up the court. Finds herself doubled. Let's see if she can get it away. Is going to find Olivia Pethtel. And this is going to flip back in the Rosemount direction. Maya McKinney with the ball here. Now finding a teammate before it comes back to her, in and out. And the senior, Lydia Weinja, going to convert that one there. Gets that one in time, and going to have a reach-in foul there. No ill intent behind that one, but a little bit the price you pay if you're going to have an energetic full-court press. And this one is going to stay with Harvest Temple, deflected out of bounds by some quick hands from Rosemount. Sophomore Jada McKinney, a starter for this Rosemount side, checking back into the game. And Zotke pushing it up the court, able to get onto her left, and is going to get swatted there as she drives to the hoop. Tapped away by number 34, Elena Hoffman for Harvest Temple. Rolls out off a Rosemount hand. And it will be back to the Ohio Crusaders for just a moment before being converted by Maya McKinney. Pethtel finds Zotke, who will bring it up across the half-court line. 6 minutes left in the second quarter, 26-5 the score. Between the defensive pressure and some early hot shooting from outside, Rosemount finding themselves well positioned. Jada and Maya McKinney in the backcourt. Now swinging around are Rosemount. Nice cross-court pass opens up an opportunity for Maya McKinney to hit from outside. And Rosemount changing up the pressure look a little bit here. And so Megan Ash with the ball here. And ref's timeout. Pethtel coming off, and we've got number 12, Kaylin Pethtel, coming on. Finds Stanford on the inbounds, and now it's back to her. Trying to set up some pick and roll based opportunities in the half court. And Rosemount doing a good job at breaking someone free when they get a stop. Setting back up in more of a half-court defense. The Clyde, Ohio side working from here. Stanford looking for some help. Gets it back from her teammate, getting some picks. And working around, trying to get down to the baseline. She's already converted from there earlier, but it'll be a steal by Rosemount. And McKinney opening up space and shooting. And ball here is going to be picked by Zotke. Stanford bringing it up the court now for Harvest Temple. Tapped away by McKinney, but it will stay on Harvest's side of the court. We're going to have some substitutions coming in. We've got Ella Ernst, number 25, the freshman from Minnesota, checking in for the first time today and coming up with the on-ball assignment right away. And jumped by Zotke. I think at one point I called number 14 on Harvest Zotke. I apologize to any Minnesotan Zotkes who may have been watching. She is number 14 on Rosemount. Number 12, Kaylin Pethtel with the ball here. Stays with Harvest. 3:21 left in this one. 35-5 is our score as the second quarter winds down. Emma Holmes, number 5, checking back in for Harvest Temple. And the steal and dish, the finish by Jada McKinney. Using the threat of a pick by Holmes to kind of half and half, being able to go around it or slide over a quick passing option. Rosemount doing a good job of staying attached on defense. Using some half-court picks to open up some space. And this one will head back Minnesota's direction. It's going to be Jada McKinney and Taylor Zotke in the backcourt. Taylor bringing it up now. Finds number 20, Leah Anderson, before the ball keeps moving. Minnesota doing a good job at keeping the ball swinging. A lot of possessions we've seen transition or semi-transition opportunities where it might just be between one or two players. But in the half court, doing a good job looking for their teammates and keeping things moving around there. Erica Hoffman, rather... And we've got Rosemount sprinting this one back up the court. Exactly 2 minutes left. And that one is going to be finished in the lane despite some traffic. Kaylin Pethtel bringing it up. Number 12, not number 13. And looking, finds Olivia Pethtel. And 11 on 11 foul there. Harvest on the baseline finds Holmes, able to open up a shot. Not quite able to convert among the long arms of the Rosemount defenders. Minute and a half left here in the second quarter. Into the corner, but then finding the cutter coming down the lane. And this will be an and one opportunity going the other direction. We called out Lily Stanford's opportunity on the other side of things. Again, on a towards the hoop, but bit of a jumper, not just a layup attempt, and that one is converted by the junior Kira Weinja. Just under a minute 20 left in this one of the second quarter. And setting a pick and then getting ready to flip it, making the defender guess. Wonder what's coming. 18 on the shot clock. Probably looking about it. And this one is going to head back to Minnesota. .23, bringing it up now to 20. Zotke driving, a little deep on that one, rebounded by Holmes. And bit too much pressure on that one there. .47.6, technically enough time for a 2-for-1. Harvest probably looking to be methodical enough in their set, look for the best shot they can get. And blocked on the jumper opportunity. This one's coming back the other direction by Jada McKinney and gets down too far to the baseline. Not able to turn the corner there. And block called against Jolene Brennan. Jada McKinney will now go to the line for 2 with 23.8. Shot clock will be off as we play out the rest of the second quarter. Rims out the first. And not able to get the second one. Brennan with the board. 20 seconds left in this one. Holmes gets it back. Tries to pick out a teammate. 10 seconds left in this one. Coming back down in Rosemount's direction. Finds Anderson. And this one is going to go up at the buzzer. Splashed by Kira Weinja. And that will finish off the first half. Score 45-5 at the break. We'll be back with you on the other side of this one.
or do you try to go NAIA? There's a lot of local NAIA teams that we would be a part of the conference, but you got to put up like $50,000, $75,000 ahead of like
They don't even take their time.
and then every year it's gonna be like 25.
All right. Which one we going with?
I think you guys did that one first half.
All right. Well, let's do this.
Well, we had that one
Why
the
did I
first
feel like
quarter.
you were
We had
gonna
that
say
one
That one
the
the
second
second
quarter.
So we'll go this third, and we'll go that one. The fourth.
Coming in white. Defense, black.
It's black ball coming out. It should be black ball. It should be black ball. It should be black ball.
You got it.
We have it in white.
They have it.
We have white.
They have it in the book in white.
And welcome back to the third quarter here in the Walther Center.
You guys have even said it.
It's 45-5 is our score at halftime. We've got the Crusaders of First Baptist School of Rosemount, Minnesota versus Harvest Temple Christian Academy Crusaders, also from Clyde, Ohio. And sorting out who's getting the ball to begin with here. It's going to flip back to Harvest Temple. Black and green is Ohio. White with black and red is Minnesota. Olivia Pethtel with the jumper front of the rim. And Minnesota coming away with this one here. And the fast break coming back by Kira Wanja. Minnesota likes trying to set up transition opportunities. We've seen that with the press in this game, but even coming out of more half-court settings, if they can run, they want to. Lydia Wanja with the ball here. Now resetting to the teammate. Going to play this one out more in the half court. Over to the far side, and Jada McKinney gets the ball back here. 8 on the shot clock. Shot's going to need to go up here soon. Gets into the lane, and Lydia Wanja finishes at the rim. Lily Stanford bringing this one up here. And back to Olivia Pethtel. Tapped away, stays with Harvest. And the stands are filling up a little bit more quarter by quarter. I think my random favorite part of tip-off tournament every year is when the elementary kids here from host Lancaster Baptist come on out to watch LBS games. We've got Lancaster Baptist taking on Tabernacle, Indiana in the window after this. So right now we've just got some of the Lancaster Baptist guys team in the stands. But if you see a cheering wall of third graders, then you're going to know where that's from. Maya McKinney whistled, which is going to send Lily Stanford to the line. Sets up for this one, and just a little short. Lining up for the second now. And is going to go in and out with that one, coming back to Minnesota. Rosemount with the ball, working it around the perimeter. And Leah Anderson inside with this one. Knocked away by some quick Harvest Temple defense, but it's going to stay on the Minnesota side of things. Finding Wanja inside, who goes up for 2. 53-5 our score here, about 2.5 minutes into this third quarter. And both sides playing at a little bit slower pace here in this quarter, but both trying to pick their moments to push it, especially for Rosemount. Surveying the court here is McKinney. Now gets all the way inside to dish it out. Wanja is good from outside. And Rosemount came out firing away from 3. Haven't pulled as many since then, but one of the more efficient shooting performances that I think I've seen in either guys or ladies games in the tournament. They've felt comfortable when they've decided to go for it, swinging it around now. And the entry pass sets up senior Lydia Wanja for a composed finish here. Pestel on the ball now, taken away by Jada McKinney. 2-on-1, but a little bit caught between the drive and the pass opportunity. Shot clock needs to reset here. And we've got substitutions coming into the game from both sides. We've got 3 interchanging for Rosemount. We've got 1 here for Harvest Temple. So Megan Ash checking into the game for Harvest Temple and will get on the ball immediately. Pestel looking for a teammate. Ash presents. And back to the top. 8 on the shot clock. Harvest is going to have to shoot quickly here. And this is going to be a shot clock violation. We've got number 21, Bailey Pestel, coming into the game here for Harvest Temple, replacing Jolene Brennan in a switch of seniors. Cheyenne Rhodes enters the game and gets the ball. Taylor Zotke and Leah Anderson. It's going to be just off the rim there. Zotke pulls up, little short and tapped away. And Anderson is going to finish off that possession with a basket. 3 minutes left here in the third quarter. Ash finds her teammates. Pestel pulls up for the shot and is just going to rattle away. And Anderson is going to have it tapped away, but able to keep extending and eventually finish here. Megan Ash working onto her left and is going to get tied up and try to turn away, but get rung up for the travel. 2:03 left in this one. Jada McKinney bringing it up the court for Minnesota. And the ladies' final will be the next time that you'll see Rosemount, Minnesota in action. That will be at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time in the Walther Center. And so get a dinner time watch if you are in Minnesota, at least by the time that it's done. And we've got a foul on Cheyenne Rhodes, number 11 for Minnesota. 1:24 left in this quarter, and that's going to be up and not quite in by Megan Ash. Good job of finding position to be able to shoot down low, but not able to get it to fall. Erica Hoffman on the baseline will receive the ball in a second. Everyone from both teams all in one line. Let's see who breaks free. And Ash trying to work onto her right now. Gets back to her left. Finds a teammate. Pethtel gets the ball back amidst some pressure. And picks out Elena Hoffman in the corner. But this one will go back to Minnesota. Rhodes gets it back from Zotke. Now over to Maya McKinney. Passing around and over the top. And that board brought down by the sophomore Elena Hoffman. About a 10-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Looking at about 40 seconds left in this third quarter. Surging towards the hoop. Knows she's going to have to absorb some contact to get there, but is going to do so.
That's 5 on her.
And that will be the 5th foul on Cheyenne Rhodes. And so her morning is done. Rosemount back in action at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. Megan Ash lines up the free throw perfectly, splashes that one. And we're going to see Jolene Brennan coming in for Elena Hoffman. 34.1 remain in the third quarter after this free throw attempt. Swished the first, little deep on the second. And so it will stay with Harvest after deflecting off of a Rosemount hand. 31.1 left in this one. Looking for the shot, but Bailey Pethtel going up strong. Is facing a longer defender there. Resetting this one again. And a bit of miscommunication if the teammate was coming or staying. 25.1 left here in the third. Rosemount. If their coach saying running it all the way through is an indication, might try to work a set all the way out to the third quarter buzzer. But found a shot that they liked and went for it. We've got 9 seconds left if Harvest can work their way up the court. Megan Ash is going to push this one and is going to get tied up. And there was a whistle. Refs are sorting out. And they're going to put 1.2 back in this one. And it sounds like we're going to get free throws here with 1.2 left. And saying that the whistle came in just before the end of the quarter. And so it will be a baseline out of bounds play. 1.2 2. Drop your best stuff quickly. And that one gets picked by Minnesota, brought back by Harvest, but after the buzzer there. And so 64-6 will be the end of the third quarter score. I'll be back with you on the other side of this break.
We're going to go to running clock.
Welcome back to the fourth quarter of our first ladies semifinal. We're in running clock time, and so looking at just about exactly 8 minutes, barring an injury timeout or something like that. Rosemount comfortably on their way to the ladies' final. Jumper a little bit short, but then put back by Lydia Weinja. And Harvest Temple with the ball here. Olivia Pethtel finds a teammate. It's going to get to Bailey Pethtel. And Minnesota bringing it up the court. It's been a team effort by both sides. We've seen certain players really highlighted in various moments, but as you look up and down the Rosemount Crusaders roster, it feels like a whole lot of those players have had their moment. Lydia Weinja opening the game with some solid three-point shooting. Seen Maya McKinney contribute as well. But Jada McKinney, Kira Weinja, really a lot of players on this team that have contributed. And refs whistling here. Weinja picks out the freshman Ella Ernst, and you can hear the excitement from her fans, classmates in the stands. Ella Ernst had checked in earlier in the game, but I believe her first shot attempt, maybe second, but a nice finish with it. It can be tough to finish comfortably at the rim, especially if you're coming in cold, but great work by her there. Holmes with the board, and that one's going to get whistled before the turnover. And so it will be Rosemount ball, but on a side out of bounds in their own backcourt. Maya McKinney surveying the court, now looking over to the far side. Zotke pulling up from the baseline, a little bit off the front of the rim, but bounces around some before ending with Lydia Weinja. And Zotke with a nice fake to get her defender up in the air. Just a little bit more power than needed on the shot. And this one's going to come back to Harvest Temple. And it gets the ball after a deflection, tries to pass through to...
There's not a 15 on their team. 25. You're fine. Her first, team's first.
Elena Hoffman going to take the ball here on the out-of-bounds play. And it will remain with Harvest Temple. Looking for a teammate, and that one's going to get stolen by Ella Ernst. McKinney finds Anderson in the low post. Zotke cleans that one up. And Holmes with the rebound. And turning away from pressure, they're going to be almost tied up for a jump ball there. Anderson from outside and almost able to convert that one. Hoffman slowing it down, giving her team time to set up. Olivia Pethtel now looking for a teammate. And Holmes is going to hold on to that one, try to turn the corner, and work her way down to a tough finish attempt. Got her defender where she wanted her. Going to the line with a chance at 2.
It'll be in between shots.
Got a sub coming up between these free throw attempts. Emma Holmes at the line, and is able to get that one to go. And we've got, let's see, getting everything sorted out here, and we've got 5 on the court. We got the right number. We're good to go here with this one. Emma Holmes good on the first, and not able to hit the second, but the ball falls to Harvest Temple. We've got a scrum of hands here before it eventually turns in Rosemount's favor. Ticking down to about a minute left in the fourth quarter of this one. Jada McKinney bringing it up. And Holmes going to get the board off of Zotke's shot. Looking up the court. It's going to slow it down and pick out Stanford. Up from 3. Splashes that one. And about as clean as you're going to get, just stepping right up into that jumper. And that one's going to be snagged by really both teams in succession. Under 30 seconds left here. Shot clock is going to be off for this. And pulling up for their own three-pointer is Rosemount. About 15 seconds left in this one. And 10 seconds left. And Rosemount's going to bleed the time out of this one. And almost a half-court capstone for this one. 68-10 is the final score. Great performance from First Baptist Rosemount. Great effort from Harvest Temple of Clyde, Ohio. And 67-10, rather, is going to be our final score. We'll be back with you in time for our 9:30 tip-off of the other ladies semifinal, Tabernacle, Indiana versus Lancaster, California. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. Welcome in to the second ladies semifinals of the West Coast Baptist Tip-Off Tournament. This one is between hosts Lancaster Baptist and Tabernacle Christian from Indiana. And so we had a Crusaders versus Crusaders matchup in the previous semifinal, won by First Baptist of Rosemount. We've got Eagles versus Eagles here in this one, and so I am just not going to be able to use teams nicknames almost at all in the early going here, but this one should be an exciting one. Tabernacle got here by taking down First Baptist of Cooper City, Florida in the quarterfinals. Lancaster Baptist got here after winning a chaotic game against Newport Christian last night. And so after calling that one, I'm excited to see how these two teams shape up. Number 2, Liz Sutherland, the senior, racing down the court, trying to open up the scoring for Tabernacle. And she will have a chance to do so from the line. Opens it up, easily good on the first. Your starters for Tabernacle are Liz Sutherland, Abby Bertelson, Julia Ross, Lacey Sutherland, and Reagan Seasting. Good on the first, off on the second. 1-0 is the first scoring blow in this game. This one comes back and stolen by Tabernacle. The 8th grader, Julia Ross, coming away with that. And it will be Tabernacle ball. On the Lancaster side of things, the starting lineup is Abby Carlisle, Meredith Smithy, Allie Carlisle, Ava Connor, and Jimena Gonzalez. And Sutherland not able to convert there, but Ross is going to get it back. Deflected away by Lancaster. And a whistle coming in here. Both sides kind of trying to figure out what this is. Abby Carlisle inbounds to the senior, Meredith Smithy. Lancaster won the last tournament in large part due to a number of strong senior contributors. Meredith, the only senior in this year's iteration. And so some younger players needing to step up. Speaking of young players, 8th grader Julia Ross getting the ball, getting the score, and that will put Tabernacle up 3-0 about a minute and a half into this game. Lancaster with a side out of bounds play finds Meredith and goes up with the left. Hard tumble by the, what I've got listed as 7th grader, Abby Bertelson. Smithy is good on the first, opening the scoring for Lancaster Baptist. 3-1 our scoreline here, about a minute and a half in. And it will stay at 3-1, splitting the pair of free throws here. And able to get out of some pressure is Tabernacle. Jump shot down on the baseline. But the rebound is deflected away before ultimately finding the hands of the freshman Ava Connor. Connor making some big defensive plays down the stretch last night in the win over Newport. This one's going to head back to Tabernacle's direction. On the scoreboard, Tabernacle is listed as home. Lancaster is listed as guest, and I think that's just due to the seating. But due to, obviously, Lancaster hosting this tournament, it's got more of a home game feel. And that's going to be stolen by Allie Carlisle. And coming up the court, Tabernacle bringing the defense up to around midcourt, but not beyond that. And Smithy trying to turn the corner, finds her way through, able to split two. And so a little bit tighter whistle in this game than some others in it, but it's a close one here in the early going. Not able to get the first to go. And not able to get the second. Ball gets to Abby Bertelson, who is able to turn the corner and find a teammate. And a tough attempt there by Lacey Sutherland, not quite able to finish through the defenders. And that will be out of bounds on Connor, coming back for Tabernacle. We're going to have our first substitution here of the game for Lancaster Baptist. Allie Carlisle coming out and Destiny Arbazu coming in. Substitution of sophomore players for this team. Liz Sutherland with the ball and is able to find a teammate, but sets up a scrum, and ultimately Meredith Smithy comes away from it and tries to push down the court. Tries to finish with her left, and she does, tying the game at 3 apiece, just over 3 minutes into this one. Lacey Sutherland with the ball here, finds her sister Liz. A good entry pass is not able to be finished by Tabernacle, and fighting for a jump ball call. This one's going to stay with Tabernacle, but some active hands on defense, at least forcing a burned jump ball. Opens up a little bit of space on Connor. Now Ross is swarmed by a sea of arms, and that one is going to be a second jump ball tie-up. Destiny Arbazu coming off the bench and getting right into the thick of the action. We're going to have a timeout called. It is 3-3. Just about 4 minutes into this one. We'll be back on the other side of this Lancaster timeout. Same lineup in for Tabernacle. Smithy brings it up, working against Julia Ross. Now finds Arbazu, but the ball will end up with Tabernacle. And Liz Sutherland finds her teammate. That shot is going to be off, and it's coming back to Lancaster Baptist. This game is being played at a pretty fast pace, both directions. Knocked away, stolen, and finished by the senior Lacey Sutherland, opening up a 5-3 lead for Tabernacle. And stolen by Ross as the reception is bobbled. Lacey Sutherland on the run again. Finishes with her left on that shot. And so a pair of fast breaks with alternating hand finishes. Smithy now bringing it up to Ava Connor. Knocked away. That's going to stay in Lancaster's direction. I haven't mentioned it yet. The Tabernacle Christian Eagles are in white with maroon trim. The Lancaster Baptist Eagles are in navy with gold trim. Lacey Sutherland running again. That one's going to be a little bit high. Ross gets the board. Seasting now with it. Finds Ross again. And they're going to call 3 seconds here. Coming back to Lancaster's side of things. And looking for a teammate, but the defense is guarding pretty far out, relatively speaking. Smithy gets it back after a quick steal by Tabernacle. And Carlisle now ending up with it on the other side. Connor tries to turn the corner, and after a couple of bounces, won't get it to go, but it falls right to Meredith Smithy, who will be able to finish that one. She scored all 5 for the Eagles of Lancaster Baptist here in this first quarter. Quick first step by Abby Bertelson. Gets her into space. And that one's going to get called on the floor before the shot. Right back down, but a thicket of arms will ultimately deflect that out to Lancaster's advantage. With right at 2 minutes left, bit of miscommunication about who is coming or going. Liz Sutherland is going to take contact on her way there. And that will be, I believe, a second on Lancaster's Meredith Smithy. Liz Sutherland to the line. Eyes up her first and drains it. 8-5 is the score. Liz Sutherland eyes her second, splashes that one as well. 9-5 the score with 1:52 left in this first quarter. We mentioned the opportunity that Lancaster has for home support, but what often happens then is that the other visiting teams for the tournament will respond by cheering for whoever is playing Lancaster Baptist. You get some of that road solidarity, which can lead to some engaging atmospheres. Last night we had the Newport student section and Lancaster student section having a really energetic and hilarious battle in the Student Life Center. Here we've got a couple of other teams from up and down the tournament contributing to some of that support for Tabernacle. Smithy hits both free throws. It's 9-7 with 1:40 left in this one. Doing a good job of sneaking that pass through, but the long jumper is not able to go. Cy Weber checked into the game and was the first to the ball, but both sides have been swarming whenever they've found opportunity. And refs sorting out the direction of play here. This one's going to stay with Tabernacle here. 1:31 left in the first quarter. 9-7 is the lead for the Tabernacle Eagles in white and maroon. They get the ball here and up with the shot, and then following it with her own board is Abby Bertelson. but this one is going to come back to Lancaster. 1:24 left in this one. Lancaster trailing by 2 and jumped by Tabernacle. And in on the fast break there, Bertelsen going coast to coast after Lacey Sutherland got her hands on that one. Connor tries to get to the hoop, and she will. Not quite able to get that shot up high enough. 11-7 our score as we get under a minute. And dancing through is Liz Sutherland. 13-7 the score here after back-to-back buckets by Tabernacle. Eagles with about a 22-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Cy Weber now finds a teammate, and it's only going to be up to Carlisle to stop the fast break, and she will be able to do so. Connor with the ball coming back down the court. You'd think they'd probably look to slow this one down a little unless the right shot presents itself. Ava Connor trying to get that one to a hook shot. 11 seconds left. No, not tapped away. Seaston gets it. Connor, 6 seconds. She's got to go up, and the shot has to happen, and that will be a free throw opportunity for Jimena Gonzalez with .3 left in this quarter, and a late turnover giving Lancaster opportunity to get to the hoop. 13-7 the margin. This will about finish our first quarter. Slides in the first. One more with 0.3 of a second formality after that. Splashes the second. 13-9 is our ending margin. And we'll be back with you in the second quarter in just a minute. 13-9, Tabernacle Christian leading Lancaster Baptist here at the end of the first. Entering the second quarter, the score is 13-9. Tabernacle Christian in white and maroon from Indiana, leading Lancaster Baptist in navy and gold from right here in Lancaster. The winner of this game will play in the Ladies Championship at 2:30 p.m. Pacific Time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The three not able to fall to open the possession. Lancaster trying to keep the ball moving. And it's going to be a coast-to-coast layup for Lacey Sutherland. The Lancaster Baptist Eagles trying to push right back down the court as maybe the most impressive jump shot of the day from Lancaster's side of things, imminently preceded by a travel. Bit of miscommunication there will send the ball back to Lancaster. Abby Carlisle inbounding. Meredith Smithy bringing it up. And trying to turn the corner on Weber. And Cy Weber getting rung up. Little use of hands there. 15-9 the score, about a minute in. And that one's going to be stolen. And some quick passing will find a layup opportunity converted by Abby Bertelsen. Connor working against Seasting. And some miscommunication there. It's going to be a foot race finished ultimately by Liz Sutherland, coming in to scoop up the offensive board. 19-9, a 6-0 run in the minute 24 of the second quarter so far by Tabernacle, Indiana. We'll be back on the other side of this break. And as Lancaster retakes the floor and Tabernacle prepares to, it is 19-9, just about a minute and a half into the second quarter. It's been a back and forth affair so far, with Tabernacle generally holding a little bit of an edge throughout the first quarter, but a strong second quarter has opened that up for them. Liz Sutherland now running with it, finds it deflected away, but it'll stay with Tabernacle. And so Liz and Lathy Sutherland, the backcourt options for the Eagles. We've got Weber, Bertelsen, and Seasting on the court as well. Quick hands by Connor to set up a deflection. And this one's going to be brought up by Ava Amari. Jumped by Weber. And foul on Weber as she was trying to get there is the call. Carlisle into Smithy. We've got Arbizu, Amari, and Connor joining on the Lancaster side of things. 5:53 left in the second quarter. 19-9 is the score. Arbizu up right away, a little deep, but finds its way to Connor immediately. Ava Connor trying to use the backboard, but the rebounds by the Lancaster Eagles not able to lead to points. Meredith Smithy gets a hand up on a rifled pass through. Trying to turn on Bertelsen. Going to be short on that one there. And Sutherland turns away. Loses Amari. And down to the right side. Now through to a mid-range jump shot. That one's saved by Bertelsen. Finds Weber. And the three-pointer is missed. And Ava Connor is going to come away with that. We got a 2-on-1 opportunity. Connor taking it. And that follow-up attempt going to be swallowed up. Reagan Seasting finds Cy Weber. Now Abby Bertelsen, and just unable to pull that in as she rotated to catch it. We've got two substitutions, Ali Carlisle and Jimena Gonzalez, coming into the game for Lancaster. It's still 19-9. No scores in either direction over the last 2 minutes or so. And a long jump shot finds its way to Lancaster eventually before then getting tapped away to Tabernacle, tapped away back to Lancaster, tapped away by Tabernacle, and this one is all over the place. And Coach Seasting getting a timeout in just in time for Indiana. A frenetic pace over the past couple of possessions here, with both sides really trying to lock down on defense. We'll be back on the other side of this break. Eagles versus Eagles. Tabernacle, Indiana, leading Lancaster, California, 19-9, as we approach the 4-minute mark of the second quarter. Lancaster has not found a way to put points on the board yet in this quarter. And in the first shot from outside to go through for Tabernacle, it's the senior, Lacey Sutherland, who is going to add 3 for Tabernacle. Foul called on the shot, sending Abby Carlisle to the line. A little to the left. The first one will go out. And straight, but a little deep. Taken back by Ava Amari of Lancaster. He's going to find Carlisle, who's going to turn the corner. Dishes it to her sister. And that's good off the glass by Abby. We've got a couple of pairs of sisters. You've heard the Sutherlands throughout this game. We've got the Carlisles on the Lancaster side of things and just skimming across the top of the rim. No and one opportunity, but we've got a chance for free throws. 22-11, the score with 3:10 left in the second. Deep on the first, no good. We've got number 4, Julia Ross, checking in for Tabernacle during this timeout. And splits the trip to the line. The freshman, Ava Connor, bringing it up for the Eagles. Gets it onto her left, gets into the lane. And that one will end up off of Lancaster, heading back in Tabernacle's direction. 23-11 as we tick under 3 minutes in the second quarter here. Abby Bertelson controlling the ball here. And a deflection, not able to take it away from Tabernacle. And rebounded on the lengthy run out by Amari. Ava Connor pulls up for the mid-range jump shot. Rebound is fumbled away. Coming back to Tabernacle, we've got number 1, Cy Weber, checking into the game on Indiana's side of things. We've got a number of different schools from Indiana and a number of semifinalists between them. Tabernacle in this game here on the guys' side of the bracket at 12:30 p.m. Pacific time Suburban Indiana, from Indianapolis, and Indiana Christian are going to face off. And the jumper turned into a pass, turned into a layup, finds Bertelsen up ahead, wrapped up with the ball, and they saw some wrist coming in on that. Bertelsen and they're going to review this, and we're going to get a substitution out of it as well. And it looks like they've got everything sorted out here. To the line is Liz Sutherland, not able to hit the first. Not good on the second, but gets the ball back and is able to go up with a field goal attempt. Ultimately rebounded and scored by Abby Bertelsen. 25-13 the score. Looking for Amari, finding Tabernacle, pushing it forward, finishing with the left, but that's just going to be over the rim. 1.5 left in this one. And we're on the run both directions. This one is being played at a pretty high rate of speed. Ava Connor is going to get this one here as we take under a minute, 27-13. And that's going to be a foul called against number 1, I believe. 27-13, under a minute left. Lancaster looking for scoring. It's going to stay with the Lancaster Baptist Eagles and Navy. 56.5 left. Into Ava Connor. Into the basket. 27-15. And Tabernacle controlling here outside the three-point line. It's going to be back to her, and this will be a board by Carlisle. But a miscommunication on the pass sends it back to Tabernacle. Shot clock is off. 24.6. Smithy in for Connor. Reagan Seasting on the baseline. Jump shot no good by Lacey Sutherland, and so Ava Amari gets it across the midcourt line, finds Meredith Smithy in the corner. She's going to drive. She's going to miss it, but get it back. Hits the deck, tries to get it to a teammate, not able to. Ball with 5 left, comes back to Lancaster. The shot's got to go up, and the miss there will see out this second quarter. 27-15, your score halfway through. We'll be back with you on the other side of this break. And we'll be back with the third quarter in just a second here. The time of breaks has varied a little bit throughout the tournament, and so we'd been at an 8-minute break a couple of times yesterday, 5 for most of pool play, and so they gave a 5-minute break here, and Lancaster looks like they might have been expecting something more. Coming back to you in the third quarter, 27-15 is the score line. Tabernacle, Indiana, leading the way. Ava Connor with a spin, scoop, and score to open this third quarter, 27-17. Both teams are the Eagles, Lancaster Baptist in navy and gold, Tabernacle in white and maroon. And this has been a pretty balanced performance in many ways. Certainly a lot of contributions up and down both sides. Meredith Smithy trying to now outrun some defenders. Gets it onto her right, a little deep on that. Rebounded by Seasting. Liz and Lacey Sutherland on top of probably the scoring for the visiting Tabernacle Eagles. A travel on the way up the court from the defensive rebound. We'll give it back to Tabernacle. Lacey Sutherland finds Liz off on the first, but a chance to go and one on the second. One shot upcoming here. And short on it, but gets the offensive board back for a 4-point possession. Working out for Tabernacle, 31-17. Nice football score here at the moment. Ava Connor gets it into the corner to her teammate. And we've got a substitution. We've got Ava Amari coming in. Jimena Gonzalez coming out. And knocked away by Cy Weber, but Lancaster ends up getting a shot attempt out of it. Lacey Sutherland on the run. Weber to her right if she needs it, but she's going to finish that one comfortably with her own left. Ava Connor bringing it up 33-17 the score. Amari gets inside but not able to get up and over the defender for a finish. And the double dribble call is going to send it back to Lancaster. Abby Carlisle looking, finds Allie Carlisle. But this one's going to ultimately come back to Tabernacle. And not able to finish, but Tabernacle starting to exert themselves and assert themselves on the offensive boards. Those second chance opportunities crucial to crack down on for a comeback. Allie Carlisle not quite able to get that one to go. Tabernacle is away, and Meredith Smithy getting rung up on the foul. And Lancaster getting out positioned down low, and so the foul against Carlisle. Right and out on the first is Liz Sutherland. Looking to extend the lead here, 35-17. Can she make it 36? She can and does. Ava Connor bringing it up. We've got Sutherland and Bertelson. And the and one opportunity for Ava Connor here. Going off the glass and picking up a trip to the stripe. Gets that one in. We've got a substitution coming in as Destiny Arbizu is on. Abby Carlisle is off. Tabernacle bringing it up. Bertelson from outside, and a little bit short on that. Ava Connor gets the ball and starts pushing the pace herself. Down into the corner. She likes getting to these kind of spots on the floor, a little bit deep. And a whistle there as Allie Carlisle will head to the line. Chance to earn 2, 1 by 1. (36-20). We've got one banking in. We've got a substitution as Julia Ross comes in for Cy Weber. Allie Carlisle at the stripe. Good on the first. Too deep on the second. And this one's being brought up by Lacey Sutherland. Liz to her right, now cutting behind her to receive. Finds Abby Bertelson, rather, but it's going to stay with Lancaster, and probably a bit of an over-aggressive pass out. Sutherland from the corner is going to be low. Carlisle tries to save it in, but that'll be finished by Bertelson. 38-21. Ava Amari coming up the court. Picks out Smithy. Dancing through the lane. Gets that one off the glass to go. 38-23. Tabernacle in white. Bringing up against Lancaster in navy. We've got Tabernacle trying to work now in the half court. He gets that one up and entirely over the backboard. 3:53 left in the third. 38-23. Tabernacle with a 15-point margin. Ava Connor with it. Alternating, trying to work here, but knocked away, and Abby Bertelson is going to be on the run with a chance to finish, as she will. We've got a timeout by Coach Seasting of Tabernacle. And so 40-23 is your line at 3:32 in the third. We'll be back with you on the other side of this. Coming out of this timeout, it's 40-23, 3.5 left in the third quarter. Plenty of time in this one, but Lancaster certainly plotting how to start making their move. It's about that window where that work needs to take place. Connor looking back and forth. Bertelsen jumps it, but not able to reel it in and get away. It'll stay with Lancaster. Carlisle up with it, follows her own miss, but not able to come away with either. And running it down, but not in time, are Tabernacle. Ava Connor taking it up across the half-court line with 3 minutes left in this quarter. Connor is able to pick out Carlisle down near the baseline. Tabernacle has numbers if they can finish. And that one's going to tip out. Connor running it, chased down by Tabernacle. Let's see if she can finish all the way. Up, but too high. And the Eagles of Tabernacle are going to find their way out. Little uncertainty about who that's to, but ends up working out okay. As Tabernacle finding a position in the paint. Sutherland twisting, and this one's going to land with Allie Carlisle. 2 minutes left in this one. 40-23, still the line. Ava Connor finds Meredith Smithy in the corner. And this one's going to be open with the good finish by Lacey Sutherland. 42-23, we've got a timeout by Lancaster. Both sides figuring this one out. This is going to be a 30-second timeout. 1:46 left in this one. The line is 42-23. Tabernacle scoring early and opening up the margin from there. We'll be back after this. Coming out of this timeout, 42-23 with just over 100 seconds left in the third quarter. Lancaster Baptist in Navy hoping to launch their comeback soon against what has been a pretty composed performance by Tabernacle, Indiana, and knocked away. But on the run, the first four are all Tabernacle Eagles in white, and Abby Bertelsen is going to go all the way with that one. 1:23 left in the quarter. Ava Connor bringing it up. Julia Ross, the closest defender, tries to get to her left, gets onto the baseline, and is able to score there. Cleanly done by the Lancaster freshman. We've got a minute left in this one, and number 20, Madison Linder, coming off the bench with immediate opportunity for Tabernacle. That one's going to be knocked away as Adeline Gonzalez, number 3 on Lancaster, was looking to go up with that. Smithy on the baseline. Takes one dribble to reset, but not able to get it. Now over the top, Lacey Sutherland onto her right, and another layup for her. 46-25, as we've got about a 10-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Amari onto her left, now looks around for a teammate. Tapped away. Julia Ross gets that. Tabernacles away. It's Bertelson who will be going coast to coast this time. 15 seconds left in this. Lancaster's going to want to hustle for a shot. 10 seconds left for Ava Connor. Glances up at the scoreboard. And she's going to pull up here. That's going to be just a bit off. It will stay with Lancaster with .3 left. Just looking for a tip, essentially. And this one will end the third quarter, 48-25. Coming back to you in just a minute as when the fourth quarter begins. Tabernacle, Indiana, 48. Lancaster, California, 25. And this one's going to head Lancaster's direction. 48-25, the score entering the fourth quarter. A pair of Avas, Ava Amari, Ava Connor in the backcourt with this one. Amari bringing it up. Arbizu pulls from deep and banks that one in for 3. And Sutherland coming up with this one. Gets it to, and that one's going to come back Lancaster. Smithy bringing that one up. And this one gets to ultimately Ava Connor, who goes up for that. 48-29. Tabernacle with the double dribble there. 7 minutes left in this one. 19 is the margin. Ava Amari bringing it up, getting onto her left. Now finds Ava Connor. Not quite able to get the touch off the glass, but Ava Amari is. 48-31. The margin is still significant, but Lancaster finding a little bit more in the way of answers on offense. It's going to take a both-end effort for them. But if nothing else, they know they're going to have to hit 51 as Tabernacle goes down and scores. So the points have to come from somewhere. Quick hands by Julia Ross, but not able to ultimately come away with it is Tabernacle. Bertelsen then gets tied up. And we've got Smithy with the ball for Lancaster, trying to work her way through. Ross gets it for Tabernacle and is tied up, but the jump ball will go in Indiana's favor. Lacey Sutherland finds Liz Sutherland, finds Abby Bertelsen, finishing through contact, 52-31. And even as Lancaster's scoring has picked up here, Tabernacle has been able to find answers of their own. Ava Amari almost able to come away with the second opportunity, but this one will get tied up here. Number 4, Abby Carlisle with the ball on the sideline after checking into the game. Ava Connor into the lane, gets a nice little finish with her right, 52-33. And Tabernacle is going to work this one over to Cy Weber. A little bit deep there. Reagan Seasting coming down with the board. And this one is going to be scooped up by Jimena Gonzalez. Finds Connor. Connor likes going to the right and trying to get all the way down and turn that corner. Able to do so there. Misses the shot. Chance to earn him at the line. Off on the first. We got a timeout by Tabernacle, Indiana. We'll be back after this. Just under 5 minutes left in this one, 52-33. Tabernacle, Indiana eyeing up the ladies tournament final. That's going to be played at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time today. First Baptist of Rosemount, Minnesota, waiting for them. And if Tabernacle can keep playing the way they've been playing, they're going to be in a good position for this one. Lancaster starting to run out of time, and every opportunity mattering there. Tabernacle is away, picking out a good forward pass there and finished calmly by Lacey Sutherland, 54-34. About 4.5 left in this one. Smithy gets on to her left against Weber. Now back to her right. Good perimeter defense by Indiana. Ava Connor able to finish that one off the glass. 54-36. It's 18 as the current gap. Bertelsen sees that one just off her hands. Lancaster coming back with it with exactly 4 left to go. Ava Omari bringing it up. And Gonzalez not able to handle. It's going to come back to Indiana. We got a substitution coming in. Julia Ross checking in for Cy Weber. We've got the starting lineup of this game in as Tabernacle looks to put the finishing touches on their semifinals performance. Ava Connor on the run, defenders in her way, but she's had good touch this game, coming off the glass, getting into the center of the lane. Continues that form here. 54-38. Defense having to come out of their structure for Lancaster, but there's been crisp passing from Tabernacle so far this game. Jimena Gonzalez sees that one out, blocks out a Tabernacle player from being able to get there. 3 minutes left, 16 is the margin. We're going to have to see a Steph Curry level performance here, but both sides playing hard all the way to the finish. And the putback by Jimena Gonzalez. Tabernacle getting across half court quickly in order to present a scoring threat right away, and a nifty dance from the perimeter all the way to the hoop by Liz Sutherland, the senior, who has been a force all game long. Julia Ross now finds her teammate, and it's going to be Lacey Sutherland all the way in for this one. 58-40 as we tick down towards 2 minutes. We've got the men's semifinals coming up after these ones. High Street from Columbus, Ohio, taking on Newport Christian from Newport Beach, California, in the 11 a.m. Pacific time semifinal. High Street, the 1 seed in this tournament. Newport looking to pull off the upset. On the other side, we've got Suburban Christian from Indianapolis and Indiana Christian in a battle of the Hoosier State. Abby Bertelson's going to come away with this one here as Tabernacle looks to have this one in hand. Ross to Sutherland, and Connor comes away with 1:20 left. Getting down into the lane if she can, and that one's going to be rebounded by Liz Sutherland. Tries to turn the corner on Smithy, gets in. Little jump shot there. And Meredith Smithy with the ball with 1 minute left. 60-42 is the current score. And this one is a back and forth game. Ava Connor able to finish. Liz Sutherland holding it as we hit 45 seconds in this one. Tied up, and that will be a jump ball staying with Tabernacle. We've got Cy Weber and Madison Linder checking in for Julia Ross and Reagan Seasting. 42.1 left in this one. 60-44 is the score. And this one's going to be headed for free throws as Liz Sutherland goes to the line. 38 seconds left in this one. Both sides getting their players set on the block. Good on the first was the senior Liz. Short on the second. Ava Connor runs this one out for the Eagles. Finds Smithy in the lane, not able to go. And Sutherland turns the corner. Shot clock is off and is going to pick up another foul, sending her to the line. 21-1 left in this, 61-44. Newport, California versus High Street, Ohio, coming up after this. In Tabernacle, Indiana, will advance to the ladies' final, where they will face Rosemount, Minnesota. The board by Bertelson, and the putback puts it out to 20. Shot clock is off to play this one out. Ava Connor looks for Amari. And the final score for this one will be 64-44 with Tabernacle Christian School from Indiana winning their semifinal, progressing to the title game at 2:30 p.m. in the Walther Center. First Baptist Rosemount versus Tabernacle is going to be our ladies championship. We've got men's semifinals coming up now. High Street, Ohio versus Newport, California at 11. The winner will face the winner of Suburban, Indiana versus Indiana Christian in the 12:30 matchup. 64-44. Lancaster took their best shots, but Tabernacle composed, controlled throughout, and able to earn their way to the title game. Welcome to the first of the men's semifinals at the West Coast Baptist Tip-Off Tournament. It's been an exciting tournament so far, but sometimes in those earlier rounds, you're trying to figure out who's good, kind of working your way through, earning your right to really get to the heavyweight battles. We're starting to get there. On the guys' side, High Street, the 1 seed, they've taken care of business so far, coming out with a top finish in Pool A, where a lot of the best teams end up. But they're going to face off against Newport Christian. Newport won Pool B, took down a tricky First Baptist of Plattsmouth, Nebraska team in the quarterfinals. High Street took down Harvest Temple from Clyde, Ohio in the quarterfinals. And we are getting ready to see this one play out. We've got Deltrevion Jackson getting ready to jump for High Street. Devontrell Jackson, Brendan Childers, Robert McGraw, and Tyshawn Grice. An unchanged starting lineup from their quarterfinal match, but after roaring out to a significant first half lead, High Street only played bench mob players in the second half, and so High Street really their starters have only played about a half of competitive basketball in the last day and a half. Newport playing at least a little bit more recently than that. Number 15, the junior Maddox Snook, getting ready to jump it for Newport. We've got the Newport Christian Seahawks in navy with yellow trim, the High Street Christian Crusaders in white with navy and orange. The Newport lineup, in addition to Maddox Snook that we've already mentioned, we've got number 14, Jeremiah Oregon, 22, Nick Garcell, 3, Sammy Robertson, and 4, Elijah Azucena. And we've got the shot clock sorted out to the guys' length. And here we go with the first of the men's semifinals. Devontrell Jackson has the ball tipped to him at the start. And Childers to McGraw. The ball is moving around the perimeter here. So far, they've kept it away from the middle. But right as I say so, an entry pass to Tyshawn Grice finds him. And High Street from Columbus, Ohio, draws first blood. Azucena, looking for a teammate, is going to find his man. Garcell not able to hold on to it at the end of that play. And Childers picks out Jackson. And they're going to call a travel on the senior Devontrell Jackson. High Street not exactly setting up in a full court press, but they're letting the Seahawks know that they're there earlier on in this one. Certainly not packing it down. Azucena gets in onto his left but can't get it to fall, and High Street is away. The Crusaders not able to finish that one. Number 3, Brendan Childers, but the Crusaders get the ball back and almost picking out Childers on the baseline cut. Seahawks able to deflect it along the back line, but we'll have to dig in to continue defending. 6:38 left in this first quarter. Only one score so far. 2-0 to High Street in these very early stages. McGraw on the baseline, the senior getting ready to send it in to a teammate. And he's going to get it up top to Deltrevion Jackson. Ball keeps moving. And it's going to end up with a Childers corner 3. Offensive putback not able to go. Azucena now trying to work up against some pressure. Jeremiah Oregon with the ball. Now back to Azucena. And trying to work around the double. Grice comes up to trap. Tapped away now. And Grice tries to slide it forward to Jackson. Doesn't have the space to go up with it, but able to save and keep the possession going. Now Jeremiah Oregon is attacking, but High Street able to slow it down enough. Oregon in space and calmly gets that one to go off the glass. 2-2. Swinging around our High Street. And you can feel the energy in the crowd. They know that these type of games are really the exciting end of the tournament. Robert McGraw flies in for a putback, restoring the High Street lead. And Jeremiah Oregon on the ball now. Picked away by Devontrell Jackson, and he'll flush that one for the 2 points. Elijah looking for this, and we've got a whistle here. And a bit of confusion there as Coach Thompson for Newport was calling 5 out, spreading the floor with their players. The ref thought he heard timeout, and just getting everything sorted out here. Azucena finds Snook, but Brendan Childers comes in and gets it. Garcelle tries to tip it away, leads to a bit of a scrum, and they're going to call this one on the floor foul on number 14, Jeremiah Oregon, the sophomore. And the lineup, as I have it here in the program, shows Nick Garcelle as the only starting senior on Newport's side of things. We've got a travel called against Devontrell Jackson. Refs have kept a pretty close handle on travels for most of the tournament here. Snook inbounds to Azucena. And we've got a number 4 on number 4 matchup as McGraw gets the defensive assignment. Now Oregon here trying to find a teammate, tipped away, but it's going to stay with Newport in Navy. 6-2 the score here, 4:25 left in the first. And we've got a substitution coming in as number 30, Trey Thompson, checks in for Nick Garcelle. Azucena on the ball now, still facing McGraw. Able to get past a double team attempt and gets that one to go off of the glass. Impressive play by certainly one of the leaders of this Seahawks unit and someone who's going to need to have a big game if they are going to come away with the result they want. Tough bucket inside, pushes the lead back out to 4. It's 8-4, High Street with the advantage. Thompson and Snook giving him pick and roll options. Tries to turn the corner now. Met again by McGraw. Over to Oregon in the corner. Thought about a 3. Now brings it back down. 14 on the shot clock. Out to Azucena. Oregon. He pulls it this time, and that one is just a hair too far. And Jackson now swings it all the way to the far side. Does so again. Looking around for his opportunity. Rebounded by Newport. The Seahawks moving away. Oregon gets in and goes, but can't get the teardrop to fall. 8-4, 3 minutes left in the first quarter. This has been a high-octane affair. And across the court, and Devontrell Jackson finds Deltrevion Jackson. But this one is going to end in a turnover. We've got D'Angelo Grice checking in for Deltrevion Jackson. The freshman coming in for the sophomore. D'Angelo Grice hit a couple of threes in their quarterfinal matchup, brings some spacing, brings some minutes. Azucena able to keep it on the moment on the takeaway, but this one's sent forward and calmly finished by Robert McGraw on the breakaway. 10-4 the score here. And the finish, impressively done by Sammy Robertson. Okay. And we've got a reset here by McGraw, but able to have that under pressure. Azucena now trying to work up. He's on the move and not able to get the floater to go. Grice comes down with that. And aerial battle for the ball here. We've got Deltrevion Jackson checking back in. This time, Brendan Childers, the one who's coming out. Jackson to Jackson. And Maddox Snook coming out for that one. Grice not able to get it for three. Snook with a hard board. Azucena knows he's got a man waiting for him. Jeremiah Oregon pulls up from three, too deep. And McGraw comes back down with it. Jackson tries to work his way through, but he'll get called for a travel. There was some contact along the way, and so when that whistle came in, you didn't know exactly what it was going to be for, but you saw a couple of gather steps there heading into the shot. Refs called the travel before anything else. Snook going up for it, but as it comes down, D'Angelo Grice gets in there. And that one not able to be finished by Devontrell Jackson, but it'll stay with the Crusaders. Trying to turn the corner. Grice, Jackson loads up, and in and out is Devontrell Jackson, but Deltrevion Jackson, but Robert McGraw comes down with it there. 12-6. About a 5-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Azucena now over to Oregon. Thompson facilitating. 17 on the shot clock. Snook gets it. Tapped away by Grice. Shot clock going to reset here to turn off for the end of the quarter. Tyshawn Grice coming up with it. We haven't called his name, I don't believe, at all in this game. But in the quarterfinal matchup, he showed some quick and smooth moves in the low post or attacking the basket. We get to see that displayed here without much time to do anything. Comes up with it. And that one's going to be good from the line and one. It's 15-6. They've got 10 seconds. Newport bench counting this one out, letting him know what he's looking at. He's got three. He's got to go up. This one's going to be tapped away. And the clock ran down an extra second on this one. And this one's going to end up deflected away by Snook. 15-6, the score at the end of the first quarter. High Street leading 15-6 over Newport. Crusaders over the Seahawks so far. We'll be back on the other side of this break. Back with you for the second quarter. Newport Christian in navy. The Seahawks trailing High Street Crusaders in white, 15-6. They'll have the first opportunity to trim the deficit here, though, as sophomore point guard Elijah Azucena got the ball to begin. Jeremiah Oregon now looking around, finds Thompson, who keeps it moving to Robertson. Fights his way through, tries to find a teammate. And the pass out of the scrum hits the Crusader defender's foot. But they're going to call a whistle on the freshman D'Angelo Grice, who now steps to defend the baseline. Jeremiah Oregon gets rung up for the travel right away out of it. And it's going to come back to High Street. Devontrell Jackson with the ball here. Looking around and just barely rimming out is that three. But battling down low, Deltrevion Jackson able to get the offensive board and score. Azucena facing McGraw, gets blitzed, able to maintain possession there. Robertson picks out his teammate inside, and Oregon goes down hard after some contact. And that's going to be a free throw opportunity for the senior Devontrell Jackson. Thompson gets whistled, and Coach Thompson calls the timeout. 17-6, just about a minute into the second quarter here. Big time energy from both sides, but High Street grinding away, leading 17-6 here. We'll be back after this break. .651 left in the second quarter. Devontrell Jackson, number 21 for High Street, going to the line. Chance to add two more to the 17-6 lead. Takes a beat, takes a breath. But the first will rattle out. And getting set here, see if he can get a split out of the trip. Gets the first, but they are going to call lane violation there, and so that one's going to stay at 17-6. Azucena bringing it up. McGraw on him, as has typically been Coach Manus's plan for the High Street Crusaders. Getting blitzed with the double here. Oregon able to get it, and yet stolen as they try to inbound, and almost able to soar in for what would be an impressive dunk. Tried to catch a little bit too much air with that one, and now Jeremiah Oregon fires it up to Nick Garcelle, and looked like it got tipped by High Street on the way to Garcelle, but then came off of him, giving it back to High Street. 18-6 the score, about 2 minutes into the second quarter. And there's going to be, every player has touched the ball on this trip down the floor for High Street. Thompson gets the board to Oregon, to Azucena, to the basket if he can get it. Grice out to Devontrell Jackson and tries to hook his man through. Snook gets the board. Jeremiah Oregon now looking up to try to freeze the defenders. Going to get it, working against Grice. And is able to rattle that one over. Has to take plenty of contact to get there. That'll put it to 18-8. Chance to make it 9 if Jeremiah Oregon, the sophomore, can convert. Good on it. 18-9 is the line. 5:30 left in the second quarter. Devontrell Jackson now up top. Newport staying in a zone kind of look when they're able. And Brendan Childers cuts inside, finds a soft spot. Azucena tried to get it through to Garcelle. Kicked along the way, and so it'll stay with Newport. We've got numbers 24 and 2 coming in for High Street. The sophomore Tyshawn Grice back in after originally starting the game. And Mason Beller in for his first action of the game. He played significant minutes in the quarterfinal matchup, in part due to the large lead that the Crusaders had accumulated. Grice not able to reel it in immediately, leading High Street to have to scramble. Beller to Jackson, keeps things moving. Grice from the corner, and Grice gets it on his third attempt from outside. He's been close so far. Garcelle getting his eyes up at the last minute. Snook now tries to turn the corner and not able to find a guy immediately. Jackson, Childers, and sort of gets that one over, but 2 points is 2 points. 23-9. Azucena and leads Snook just a little bit too much. Coach Thompson taking a full timeout here. 4:17 left in the second quarter. 23-9 is what we're looking at when we come back. Back out of the timeout, we've got Newport in navy, High Street in white, and High Street's had the better of this one in the early going. 23-9 is the score. 4:17 left in the second quarter. Brendan Childers looks like he's going to receive the ball here. A lot of times Devontrell Jackson's been the lead ball handler, but he's setting up in the front court now. We'll see if Childers takes the lead ball handling duties for the moment or if this is just setting up a play. Grice, Childers, Beller, Jackson. And he's going to fire away from the baseline. Snook gets the board, finds Azucena, finds Thompson. And both teams doing a good job of getting just about everyone involved in many possessions. Thompson brings it down. Now finds Garcelle. Jeremiah Oregon trying to work. Azucena, he's got 10 on the shot clock. He's got to make something happen quickly. Gets out of a double. Oregon from 3. And a little long and strong on that one from distance. Jackson, Childers. Short. Azucena gets Oregon. Tries to finish over Beller, around Beller. That one's going to roll out, and Garcelle. Now we've got Grice. And he's going to finish that. Tyshawn Grice, the sophomore at the rim. 25-9 as we hit 3 minutes left in this one. Beller getting ball handling defense. Snook now on the move, looking for the pass. Azucena pulls up right into a 3 and buries it. He hasn't had many opportunities in space, but he makes the most of that one there. Childers. Beller here finding Jackson, operating down on that right baseline again. Keeping it moving around the perimeter. Our High Street, 13 on the shot clock. Beller to Jackson. Haven't gotten much to work with yet, and a really good defensive possession from Newport there. High Street very composed in finding good passes, but not able to find that incisive pass. 25-12 is the score. 2:16 is the time. It's Elijah Azucena who is trying to work through. And Beller gets rung up, trying to stay close. Obviously, you never want to give up a foul, but when you've got your backup kind of point guard coming in, getting some minutes, trying to stay as locked in as possible on defense is potentially worth it. But as Newport is able to get then the reset on offense, it's going to be Trey Thompson who connects. 25-15. And McGraw gets all the way down to the hoop. 27-15. Azucena's got about a minute and a half as he comes up the court here, trying to work against Beller. And opens up some space, but a little bit short on that baseline jumper. To Beller on the far side, and he's going to hit, pushing it out to 15 again. Newport got it to 10, but quick buckets. Snook presents and able to come away with it after a pretty chaotic sequence there. But that one's going to get called a travel. 102, 30-15. You're probably thinking 2 for 1 if you're High Street. You got about 25 seconds to get 2 shots. You don't have to go crazy with that. And Beller is going to launch that one again a little deep. Comes back. And Tyshawn Grice not able to come away with it. Jeremiah Oregon comes down with that one. 4-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Snook able to hold on. Garcelle keeps things moving. Oregon comes up with it. Shot clock will be off as we play this one out. And McGraw pushing the pace here. Beller now looks to the corner. And just off by Isaac McGraw. Across. Can they get a shot up in time? They do, but that'll hit the front of the rim. Deltrevion Jackson not able to extend the Crusaders' lead entering the half, but at 30-15, High Street's got to feel good about what they've put on the court so far. We'll be back with you on the other side of the halftime break. 8 minutes. High High Street, Ohio 30, Newport, California 15. We've got an Indiana on Indiana showdown waiting in the next semifinal at 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. But we'll be back with you just a bit before 11:40 Pacific time, bringing you the second half of High Street Newport. Welcome back to the second half of the first men's semifinal. We've got the Seahawks of Newport Christian in navy re-entering the court right now. We've got the Crusaders of High Street in white with orange and navy trim. And they are currently got to be feeling good with a 30-15 lead. They're getting the ball back here with the opportunity to increase that. A lot of game left to play in this one. Newport setting up on defense, a little bit more of a man-type look than we've seen sometimes. We're going to have a kickball call, keeping this down with High Street. Both sides running out the same starting lineup for the second half as they did for the first half. No full-on changes here with this one. And in, tipped away, and that's going to come back to Newport as they get a stop on their first defensive possession. Elijah Azucena getting ready to go to work here. Gets the switch, matching up against Shoulders. Ball keeps coming around. Maddox Snook now coming out. Back to Azucena, who now faces McGraw, who's often guarded him throughout this game. Jeremiah Oregon back to Azucena. We've got 9 on the shot clock. Looking for something before too long here. Azucena pulls up quickly and banks it in. Gets the 3 out of this one. 30-18, the score here, a minute into the third quarter. Ball swinging around the perimeter. Devontrell Jackson now working with it. McGraw not able to get that one, and Snook comes down with a board in traffic. Good work by Newport in the early going. And Sammy Robertson finishes over a vicious block attempt by Devontrell Jackson. 5-0 run here in the first minute and a half. Newport doing their best to cut their way back into this one. Jackson now sizes up Garcelle, but this one's going to be deep. A battle is going to end up with Oregon getting the ball, immediately finding Azucena. Quick ball movement, and Robertson can't quite get the 3 to fall. Grice picks out McGraw. And a nifty finish by McGraw gives High Street their first points of the third quarter. Very back and forth game here in the early going of the third quarter. A lot of movement and activity. Short on that 3, trying to cut this one down to single digits. Robert McGraw picks out Tyshawn Grice, who's going to finish behind his head. Azucena now with it. Picks out Robertson. It's been more involved here in the second half, both in terms of facilitation and shooting. Garcelle keeps it moving along to Azucena, and he'll bank in a second one in this quarter. 34-23 is what we're looking at. Devontrell Jackson now bringing it up. Coming across Robertson's face, but it's going to swing over to Grice. Now he gets it back. Finds Grice again. Out to McGraw. Shoulders in the corner. Short on it. Comes right down to McGraw. And he puts that one up and in, 36-23. We've got D'Angelo Grice at the scorer's table. We'll see who he comes in for at the next stoppage. Jeremiah Oregon finds Robertson. He's thinking about it against Grice. Azucena looking at it himself. Oregon strong hands as Jackson thought he got there. This one's coming back to McGraw. Crusaders on the run. Devontrell Jackson leans in, sets up some contact. And that's going to give him an extra opportunity out of this one and one chance for the senior. D'Angelo Grice coming in for Tyshawn Grice. Freshman subbing in for the sophomore. 38-23 is the score. 4:08 here in the third quarter. Devontrell Jackson trying to make 38 into 39. And he'll do so. 4:08, 16-point game. Newport coming out, hitting a couple of threes, but High Street finding their own answers on the offensive end. Azucena receives under pressure. Snook gets it back after the pick. And a tough finish. He hasn't been an offensive focus for them in this game so far, but a tough finish for the junior Maddox Snook. And good awareness by the Seahawks. Comes up, sets the pick, gets it back, has to drive between two and finish despite facing a third. Soft touch on it. 39-26, your new scoreline. McGraw gets it. 2 to his left, 2 to his right. Azucena the closest to him. And Jackson pumps in, steps back, gets it to go from mid-range. Azucena alone up top. Snook gets him to switch. Now he's sizing up Childers. Oregon in the corner. Tries to get to the baseline. Comes back out for the layup, but can't get it off the board. Jackson working with Robertson there. Now Grice, McGraw. Keeping things moving are the Crusaders. Grice comfortable from three, and you can see why. 44-26 the score. Azucena finds Oregon on his near corner. Robertson keeping it moving around to Garcelle. And gets a pick from Snook, but moving around the perimeter. 12 on the shot clock. Oregon looks, finds Robertson. Someone's going to have to shoot quickly. And his attempt is going to stay with Newport. Thompson comes in for Garcelle. We've got number 30, Isaac McGraw, coming in for Brendan Childers. 4 on the shot clock. Newport looking for an immediate opportunity. Thompson's going to have to pull. Azucena's going to have to pull. And that 3 is off, but High Street running through a pick. Devontrell Jackson getting called there. And so an on-the-floor foul is the call. Working through the explanations here. And Azucena now on the baseline, looking for a man. Gets Oregon under the basket. Quick fake, gets him up. Shot's good. 44-28. Devontrell Jackson is moving and immediately gets downhill into the paint. Thompson now collects, finds Oregon. Trying to work against Jackson. Now out to Azucena. Reset. Snook gives him options. He goes for the 3. Deltrevion Jackson now running. Finds McGraw. And he's going to finish with a nifty looping layup. 48-28. Minute and a half left. And Newport call for a timeout here. 1:35 left in the third. 48-28. High Street, the Crusaders in white, with a solid lead as the third quarter winds down. We'll be back. Coming back out of the timeout, 1:35 left in the third. Newport with the ball, but down 20, and looking for a response on offense. Azucena can't quite get the shot to fall, but he's going to have a chance to earn 2 at the free throw line. Foul against the junior Mason Beller. Azucena buries the first. And the second opportunity coming up here. .125 left in the third. Azucena burying both makes it 48-30. Devontrell Jackson coming up the court. 2 to his right, 2 to his left. Gives it up, gets it back. Does it again. Deltrevion Jackson working inside. And this one's going to get called against Thompson. We've got Beller coming in, and he's immediately going to be the focal point. Beller gets it up to Devontrell Jackson, who's now going to reset. About 2 full possessions left on the clock in this quarter. We'll see how quickly either team moves. Beller now gets it, swings it back to Devontrell Jackson, gets inside. Quick hands knock it away, ends up with Grice. That's going to be short. Board comes to Oregon, and the pass, however, goes to High Street's Jackson. We've got about 2-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock, and so Newport looking for the best shot that they can find, and I don't think they'll mind if they can get most of the rest of the quarter away. Tied up, and that's going to count as a jump ball. Stays with Newport, but the next jump ball will go High Street's way. 2.2 is the difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Azucena working with this one. Tries to take on Beller, gets to the baseline and hits. Shot clock will be off as High Street will have a chance to operate. 50-32. 7 seconds left in this one. Jackson against Azucena up top. 3 left in this one. Grice will pull. Grice will come up short at the end of the third quarter. 50-32, the score heading into the fourth. 1 more quarter left to play in the first of these men's semifinals. The winner will play tonight at 8 p.m. Pacific time. If you're a High Street fan from Ohio, catch a nap, get some coffee, or plan to sleep in tomorrow. We've got a great final coming your way. And we know the High Street fans are hoping that they are just 8 minutes away from qualifying. Newport, California is going to do their best to get back into this one. 50-32. Crusaders over Seahawks is your line. Back in a second. Back with you for the fourth quarter. High Street Crusaders 50, Newport Christian Seahawks 32. 8 minutes to play. Qualification for the title game on the line. Jackson finds McGraw, finds Grice. High Street moving it back and forth around the perimeter. Gets it to the far side. McGraw now comes in, finds space mid-range. Thompson comes down with the board. Newport gets a stop on their first trip. Azucena with the ball. Thompson now gets it. Comes over to Azucena. McGraw gets the matchup. Azucena gets to his right, gets to the baseline, a little bit deep there. Battling in the air. And that one's going to be stolen by Azucena. Gets the layup there, 50-34. Jackson now eyes it up top. Del Trevion Jackson from 3. 53-34, the margin in this one. A lot of energy in this game. Snook now gets it up top. 4-on-4, the jersey numbers. Now Jeremiah Oregon looks, tries to hit Snook on the cut. Devontrell Jackson gets up to pick that one. Finds Del Trevion Jackson and one opportunity here. 55-34 with a chance for more. Chance for one more. 6:16 left in this. High Street in white. Pushing the lead out to 22 with that bucket. Newport in navy. Bringing it up. Trying to make this one interesting. High Street living up to their 1 seed billing. Winner plays at 8 p.m. Pacific time tonight in the tournament title game. Azucena gets to his right through a ton of contact. And we've got a finish by number 3, Brendan Childers. Whistle here resetting. We got a substitution, Garcelle, coming into the game for Robertson. And getting reset here. Snook to Azucena. 58-34. Coming up on 5:30 left in this one. Childers coming up. And this one's going to be called against freshman D'Angelo Grice. Oregon with the ball on the side for Newport. Jackson coming out, Beller coming in. 5:30 on the dot left in this one, 58-34. Tying a shoe on the far side, and away we go. And this one's going to be captured by Grice. Goes up and rotates that one in. Oregon finds Thompson. Azucena picks out Thompson again. He's going to try to go high with it. Snook goes up for the board. They accidentally take each other out, and Grice with back-to-back speedy finishes. Azucena against McGraw. We've kept calling this one out. It's been an exciting matchup throughout the game. Snook goes up. Taken down, but he's going to get 2 shots out of it. We've got Isaac McGraw and Dalashon Jackson coming to the scores table. I would assume they'll be checking in after this first one. Snook shorts the first. We've got subs coming in. And Jackson and McGraw coming in. Jackson and Childers going out. Snook 2 of 3 from the line. And short on that one there. McGraw running it. Facing up Thompson, trying to get into the lane. Tries to pick out Grice, but that one is going to be bobbled away. Coming back to Newport. 62-34. 4.5 left in this one. And despite the effort from Newport, the way that High Street's been playing and the math that they're playing with is going to make this one tough. Oregon at the line. He's going to get the first, and we've got substitutions coming in. We've got Vincent Hernandez, Jack Wilson, and still here at the scorer's table, Kiernan Flaherty coming in for Oregon at the next opportunity. And so Newport getting some of their younger players some run in these final minutes of this one. 4 and change left, 62-35. Make it 64-35, a tricky twisting finish by Robert McGraw. One of the names that we've called most on both ends for High Street. Certainly played well in helping this Columbus side advance to the final. Oregon eyeing up Jackson, gets a pick, tries to find his man. Thompson now considering against Beller. Oregon in the corner, splashes it with 3 on the shot clock, 64-38. Beller picks out Jackson right away, and Isaac McGraw with the finish. Ref sorting some things out here. 3:18 left. Subs queued up from both sides. We've got Kiernan Flaherty coming in for Newport. We have number 23, Joshua Banks, and number 11, Israel Palacios, coming in for High Street. High Street has one more game after this one to try to validate what has felt like the only rightful goal for them, beginning pool play strong. Had their eyes on still standing when this is all said and done. 3 minutes left in this one. Newport putting up a good battle, but High Street exerting some of their quality throughout this game. Jack Wilson off on both free throws. Mason Beller bringing it up now. Palacios tries to get it, but Thompson will end up with that. Robertson now coming down the court and loses a bit of his handle there. It's going to find Flaherty over on the side, a little bit deep. McGraw comes down with it, picks out Beller. 2.5 left in this one. 66-38. If you are here for Indiana Christian versus Suburban Christian, you're in the right place, just a little bit early. That game's coming up at 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. Thompson picks out Wilson. Wilson not able to convert. Beller's picked. Azucena finds Robertson. Robertson going all the way and finishes that despite the block attempt. Beller to Palacios all the way in the corner. And that one's going to flip back Newport's direction. 66-40. The score right now. Thompson into Azucena. We've got a couple of great games coming up. Our next men's semifinal at 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. Our ladies' title game, First Baptist Rosemount, Minnesota versus Tabernacle, Indiana, coming up at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. We've got a West Coast College game tonight at 6 p.m. And then High Street will face the winner of the next men's semifinal tonight at 8 p.m. Pacific time. East Coast fans staying up a little later for that one. But you know that they're going to feel like it's worth it if they can come away with that title. Mason Beller steps to the ref on the sideline. Finds Palacios. Palacios up immediately. Little short on that one. Big board. And that one will ultimately end up with Azucena. Picks out Flaherty and gets it back. Under a minute left in this one. Robertson trying to pump his way past McGraw. Thompson now, as the Seahawks are swinging it around. Robertson able to get that one with some nifty footwork, but the glass not quite as kind to him. About a second difference between shot clock and game clock as the fourth quarter winds down. 66-42 is the score, and we're likely looking at something essentially similar when it's all said and done. 3 rims out, shot clock will be off from here on out. Palacios trying to finish in traffic. Daly Jackson picks out Beller. 9 seconds left in this one. Isaac McGraw will back up, and that will do it for the first men's semifinal of this West Coast Baptist tip-off tournament. 66-42. The Seahawks' effort not enough to take down the favored Crusaders. Crusaders now will await their opponent and advance to the 8 p.m. Pacific time final for the men's side. End of the road for Newport Christian. Some years we've had a double elimination tournament, but with the increased pool this year, it is single elim in the knockouts. We've got just over 20 minutes until the next game. Suburban Christian versus Indiana Christian. Crusaders and Whirlwinds. It's a Hoosier State showdown. Coming up in 20 minutes. We'll be with you then. Welcome to the final semifinal matchup of the West Coast Baptist Tip-Off Tournament. If you have been hanging out on the stream this morning, you've seen First Baptist of Rosemount, Minnesota, and Tabernacle from Indiana qualify for the ladies' title game. If you were with us in the last hour, either watching some great basketball or maybe as a fan of one of these teams doing a bit of scouting, you saw High Street from Columbus, Ohio, punch their ticket to the title game. But this one should be one last great matchup. We've got Suburban Christian School from Indianapolis, Indiana, facing off against Indiana Christian Academy from Anderson, Indiana. 55 miles apart from each other. They're two opponents that were already familiar with each other before this tournament, and they are getting an opportunity to go blow for blow and toe-to-toe with each other here. The senior Chad Glover exploding to the rim to start things off for Suburban Christian. Suburban Christian has an all-seniors starting lineup with Wade Zimmerman, Andrew Reynolds, Aiden Montgomery, Chad Glover, and Luke Carter, all listed as seniors in my program. Indiana Christian Academy has a couple of younger players, at least relatively speaking. It's junior Jake Gilbert that is going to open the scoring on the Whirlwinds side of things. 2-2 is the score, and this one feels like one of the best combinations of quality, intensity, and closeness that we've seen in the tournament so far. And Suburban tipping that one away on the baseline, but the ref seeing it come off a whirlwind. We've got Suburban in white with royal blue and yellow trim. We've got Indiana Christian in navy with red trim, and that one is banked home. Chad Glover going to work inside now, stepping a little bit more outside, and Josiah Degbelow gets called. A little bit of a reach, grabbed him a little bit while setting that pick, and ref called him for getting a little bit handsy there. Glover now bringing it up. And in the quarterfinal matchup, I wasn't the one who got to call this Suburban team. They had a real back and forth game against First Baptist of Rosemount, Minnesota, before a clutch late game run opened up a lead for them. 18 points, not telling the story of how a lot of the game felt, but does speak to their overall quality. Indiana Christian handily advancing in their quarterfinal against Long Beach, and in part because of the flaming hot shooting of the man with the ball right now, Kyle Stevens. I don't have a specific count, but it had to be 7 or 8 threes that he was able to put through. And so if he can replicate anything like that level of outside flame throwing, Suburban Christian's going to be in trouble. If they can lock him down from the perimeter, Indiana Christian might have some additional work to do. Glover coming up. Number 10, Ethan Tucker, the man who looks like he'll be getting the initial assignment on him. Ethan Tucker steps to him here. Sorts out a potential pick by Luke Carter. Now Glover backs it up. 12 on the shot clock. Over to Wade Zimmerman. Now back to Glover. 6 on the shot clock. And a shot's going to have to go up quickly. And that one's going to go milliseconds before the shot clock expired. 6-2, the score in the early going. Crusaders leading Whirlwinds. And knocked away. Kyle Stevens goes into the backcourt after the deflection. No turnover there, of course. Kicks it out. Moving into the baseline, but not quite able to finish, is the senior Jack Tucker. Glover surveying on either side of him. Swinging it over to Aiden Montgomery, who now finds Luke Carter. Trying to splash that one inside. And so the shot making from Suburban right at the end of the shot clock through some difficult contact, helping the Crusaders land the first blows. Short on it, reeled in by 21 Jake Gilbert. And sets up a good shot from outside. Ian Achenbach not able to convert there. It's coming back. Pulling up his number 12, and that one's going to be good. Wade Zimmerman. Kyle Stevens bringing the ball up, down 10-2 as we approach 4 minutes. Space for three, little bit to the left there. You know Indiana Christian will take opportunities like that. Ethan Tucker trying to fight his way through on defense to stay in front of Chad Glover. Gets a pick. Matches up, 13 on the shot clock. Gets a switch he likes, now passes out. Pulling up for a long two, and burying it is Luke Carter. And so at 12-2, 3:52 left in this one. It's Suburban Christian from Indianapolis that has the upper hand here in the early going. We'll be back after this timeout. Back into this one. Whirlwinds coming up the court. Kyle Stevens advancing. And they're going to call an elbow coming in as Ethan Tucker tries to open up some space for himself. We've got a substitution coming to the table. Number 24, Andrew Gilbert, coming in for Ethan Tucker, senior for senior swap. And Andrew Reynolds gets it into Glover, who now advances. Indiana staying in a more condensed half-court defense. We've seen teams mess around with pressing at times. This isn't one of those teams, or at least one of those times. Jack Tucker trying to move. Gets up, earns the foul call there. Some good work by him. Certainly not an impossible shot to make, but a tricky angle. And so knowing that if he moved fast, he'd be able to keep some of that contact through the shot. Opportunity for Jack Tucker at the line. Good on the first, no doubt about that swish. 12-3. Let's see if he can make it 4 for the Whirlwinds. Glover gets it. Driving into the lane is number 12, Wade Zimmerman. Saw a bit much in the way of contact. Tough shot to finish, and it's not like his foul made it all that much easier for him, but the ref whistle came right away. Had a good angle on that. Andrew Gilbert looking for help, able to find it in Jack Tucker. 3 to the left. Now it evens out as Gilbert opens it up with space there. Deflected away by number 24, Aiden Montgomery. Good defensive play from him there. And now coming down full head of steam in him. And comes down on number 1, Jack Tucker. Looking around, now gets it back up to the top. 24 on the shot clock, plenty of time. Kyle Stevens with the work on Glover. The shot and the follow. Jack Tucker's got a man behind him. Navigates out, able to shake him and reset here. Kyle Stevens looking, seeing what he can get out of this one. And that one's going to get tied up as a jump ball. We've got an enthusiastic contingent from Suburban Christian School here in the stands, and their seniors have given them a lot to cheer for here in the early going. 12-4, 2:10 left in the first quarter. Jack Tucker on the baseline finds Jake Gilbert. Now out to Andrew Gilbert. It's been the 3 of them on this side of the floor so far. He's looking if he can find a pass. Tucker gets it. 7 on the shot clock. Shot's got to come up soon. And he's going to get rung up for a travel as he tries to pivot his way out. Wade Zimmerman now comes to the side to inbound. 1:50 left in this first quarter. It's not been the most high scoring of quarters overall. 16 points combined by the two teams. Even the 12 for Suburban Christian isn't lighting it up, but a very exciting game from both sides so far. A lot of energy going into this one. Glover trying to look inside and get it. Ian Achenbach slows it down to reset. Andrew Gilbert finds Kyle Stevens from the West Coast logo. And sometimes you just take a step back to find a bit more space. That one of the deeper shots that isn't an end of quarter shot so far. But at least based on what I've seen this tournament, you give him about as much of a green light as anyone. Let's see where his next attempt from outside comes from, though. Glover looking at the pick options. A little bit deep on that one. And a rebound in traffic by Jake Gilbert. Jack Tucker up the court now. Back to Gilbert. 51 on the shot clock, or 51 on the game clock. For 3, that's what he's been looking for. Kyle Stevens trims it back to 12-7. 5 seconds difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Glover with the ball. Indiana Christian is going to have some time to do something, no matter what. But you may as well try to take it somewhat down. Swarming defense. And that one's going to get stolen by Stevens. Shot clock is off. 15 seconds. He's going to be able to hunt the best look he can find. 10 seconds. Glover on him. Mano a mano. Stevens tries to turn the corner. Gets to the baseline. That's going to roll out. And the buzzer beater attempt was possibly late, and the full court shot not able to go. 12-7, end of the first quarter. We'll be back with you in 1 minute. 12-7. The score entering the second quarter here. Suburban Christian from Indianapolis, Indiana, in white with royal blue. Indiana Christian from Anderson, Indiana, in navy with red. The Crusaders leading the Whirlwinds 12-7 here at the end of one. But after a slow start on offense for Indiana Christian, Cal Stevens 3 cut the margin down to a 2-possession game. Wade Zimmerman into Chad Glover. Glover, the clear lead ball handler for this Crusaders side. Indiana trying to throw a couple of different bodies at him, mix up the looks that he's getting. Goes inside here against Stevens, and he's going to have that whistle come in for an on-the-floor foul. That's going to go against two. Kyle Stevens of Indiana Christian. Zimmerman down below. And resetting here. Zimmerman looking. Glover receiving. Gets a man up. It's now going to be Zimmerman who goes all the way through. Ethan Tucker finds Jack Tucker, and that's going to stay with Indiana as swooping in for the board. Aiden Montgomery soaring but not quite able to come down with it with the space that he had. Jake Gilbert gets it in, and he's going to get the ball back, put it up, and an and one opportunity back to a one-possession game, and he's got a chance to slice that to 2, not 3. Foul goes against Aiden Montgomery of Suburban Christian. Whirlwinds have it within 2 after Jake Gilbert puts that one in. 12-10 is the score. Crusaders with the lead, with the ball. Driving, now resetting, is Carter. And Degbelow gets the board. Chance for Kyle Stevens to tie or lead the game. Now it's to Ethan Tucker with the ball. Looking for Jake Gilbert again. Now it's to Degbelow. Knocked away, quick hands. And the Crusaders are coming away with it. Glover in the open court. Finds a man in the corner, and that's going to be short by Andrew Ellis. Launching it down the court. Jack Tucker, can he get it? He cannot. Degbelow soaring for it and shorts it. 2 Whirlwinds battling for it. Tapped away. And the intensity of this game is about as high as you've seen at this point in the tournament. Luke Carter brings it up the court, and now Glover directs his teammates as they take a beat. Wade Zimmerman now looking around. And Andrew Ellis with the ball for a moment. Suburban not a team that does a lot of substituting. Ellis now clearing to Glover's left, trying to slip the pick. 24 goes up with it with 3 left on the shot clock. Glover gets it back. 14-10, just under 6 minutes left here in the second quarter. The senior Jack Tucker coming up with the ball. Now it's to Jake Gilbert looking around. Stevens flashes free off to the left. Suburban gets it back. 4-point margin. Glover coming up the court, slowing the pace down, getting into their set. Indiana feels a little bit more likely to try to push the pace sometimes. Ethan Tucker going to lock in on defense here, as that will be straight but short by Wade Zimmerman. Tucker looking at his options. Tries to get that one over the top, tipped away, but Jake Gilbert is going to find a way back and find a way to score. 14-12, under 5 left in the second quarter. Couple of different pick options. They like mixing up their looks on offense. Glover gets it off the glass. Chance for another is Chad Glover. Checking into the game, number 15, Juan Rivas Vargas. Coming in for Andrew Ellis. And so a bench-for-bench substitution. The one initial starter not on the court looks like Andrew Reynolds. We've got Luke Carter and Aiden Montgomery down on the block. Glover going to the line to try to tack on the and one. And Zimmerman and Rivas Vargas around the logo. Splashed by Glover. 5-point game. Tucker finds Gilbert. Gilbert finds Ethan Tucker. Jake Gilbert driving into the lane. Resets, not able to get that one to go. Comes back with it and gets it on the second try. 17-14. Just over 4 minutes left in this quarter. Ethan Tucker has been the man getting first crack at Glover pretty consistently. He'll get that again here. Glover gets to his right, gets to the lane, and that one is going to bobble around the rim before falling out. He's going to have to make it 2, and he's going to have to do it from the line. 22 Degbelow getting the foul, and as soon as the number was announced, Ian Achenbach, the senior, comes to the line. Checks in from the sideline of the scorer's table into the game. He's now matching up immediately against Luke Carter. And on the floor foul, not a shooting foul. Ethan Tucker able to get that one on the run. Trims it to a 1-point game, the closest that Indiana has been in this one. Suburban landing the first punches of this game, metaphorically, thankfully, and yet Indiana battling back. This one going to get called against 32, Ian Achenbach, and so Degbelow comes out for fouls. Achenbach steps in for him, and then Achenbach immediately picks up one of his own. Suburban willing to drive downhill and force the Indiana defenders to stay clean. We've got number 10, Jack Carter, coming in for number 44, Luke Carter, on the Crusaders side of things. 17-16, Suburban with a 1-point lead. Make that 2 as the Crusaders in white have a slim margin over the Whirlwinds in navy. Tucker trying to dance with him. Gets to the baseline. Can't get that one to go. 2-point lead stays the same for Suburban. Glover finds the corner. Up with the shot. Down with the 3. Wade Zimmerman pushes it back out to 5 after Indiana had trimmed it. Stevens eyes up the 3. Traveled along the way. 2:59 left in the second quarter. And we've got a timeout by Suburban Christian School. 21-16. Indiana Christian did a good job of closing it from at one point a 10-point deficit, getting it down to 1, and yet Suburban putting 4 points in from there to push it back out to 5. We'll be back in a second. Back at it here, under 3 minutes. Suburban up 5 with the ball. And Glover gets it back, looking for a teammate now with space. Jack Carter not able to get it. Kyle Stevens running. Eyes Achenbach on the other side, now gets in himself. Gilbert from outside. Short on the corner. Ethan Tucker comes in for the steal. Gets rung up for the foul. 2:29 left in this one. And refs getting this one ready to go. Number 15, Juan Rivas Vargas at the line. Off on the first. Ethan Ainsworth checks into the game, number 14 for the Whirlwinds. Rivas Vargas a little too deep on the second. Whirlwinds come away without conceding any points. Ainsworth checks in now with the ball, finds Jack Tucker, gets it to Kyle Stevens with Glover defending. Gilbert now gets it with space to come inside. Comes in strong. Not able to bank it in for 2, but has a chance to get both at the line. Foul called against Suburban Christian. Jake Gilbert a little to the right with that one. Couldn't get it. Luke Carter, the senior starter, into the game for the Crusaders. 5-point margin, 2:09 left in this one. Jake Gilbert tries to trim it to 4. And that one will be out. But Achenbach comes back with the board, picks up a foul of his own. And so after both Crusaders and Whirlwinds went 0 for 2 from the line in their most recent trips, the senior Ian Achenbach will have his opportunity to change that streak. Hits the first, 4-point game. Too deep on the second. Comes down to Zimmerman for Suburban. He's going to try to go all the way. And Tucker did a good job of setting up to try to take the charge. Zimmerman able to finish over it. 23-17, 150 left. Stevens a little bit short. And that will stay with Suburban with 1:45 to go. Kyle Stevens absolutely torching Long Beach yesterday with some hot shooting. Not able to find his range as consistently today. Only one make from beyond the arc. And a charge by Jack Carter for Suburban. Gives the ball back to Indiana. 1.5 left. Whirlwinds with the ball down 6. They want to try to make some progress before the end of the half. Stevens a little bit short on that again. And he's consistently been, feels like just about an inch or 2 short on a couple of these. And after a lot of games in this tournament starting to stack up a little bit, you know that the Whirlwinds are hoping that he finds his range in the second half. And a board, a rebound attempt by the Whirlwinds. It's going to end up in a foul by the Crusaders. Jack Carter picks up another foul. There's been enough whistles in this quarter that this is going to lead to shots, even as an on-the-floor foul. .3 left in the second quarter. Deep on that one and a little to the right, not able to connect. We've got two subs coming in, numbers 0 and 23, Parker Martin and Andrew Reynolds for the Crusaders. Can he trim it to 5? Does it. 53.3, 18-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Not rushing to fire something up, looking more for maximizing their opportunities. Blocked away by Achenbach. And this one is going to be essentially indistinguishable between shot clock and game clock. It's still on, but by merely a fraction of a second. Ainsworth from the corner buries it. Big shot coming off the bench by Ethan Ainsworth. 2-point game, 15 seconds left. Chad Glover sends it to Zimmerman. Now he's going to receive it back against Kyle Stevens. 5 seconds left. Up with the shot. Down with the board. Indiana's not going to get a shot attempt out of it, but they hold strong to keep Suburban Christian from extending their lead. 23-21, the score at the end of the half. In a battle of Hoosier State teams, it's Suburban with a 2-point lead over Indiana Christian Academy. We'll be back in 8 minutes. the second half. It's a Hoosier State showdown between the Suburban Christian Crusaders and the Indiana Christian Whirlwinds. Crusaders in white with blue and yellow trim, leading the way by 2 points against the Whirlwinds in navy with red and white trim. But this 2-point margin comes after Suburban opened up a 10-point lead early in the game. And so we're down to one possession. Both of these teams executing at a high level so far. Anything can happen as they both fight their way, if possible, to the men's finals. Those will be tonight at 8 p.m. Pacific time. High Street from Columbus, Ohio is waiting, and their coach and some of their players are in the stands right now, eyeing up their competition. Zimmerman gets it back, tries to go up for it, just a little bit off, and that one's going to be saved out, but not quite able to get there is Wade Zimmerman. And everyone giving this the max is really the story of how this game has felt so far. Certainly both teams know what is at stake here. They're familiar with each other. Only 55 miles of driving away from each other. And the hook shot by Jake Gilbert will knot this thing up. Tied for the first time since 0-0. Luke Carter eyes up his chances. He's guarded by the freshman Degbello. Now Zimmerman comes downhill with a full head of steam, a thicket of arms, and that one is going to eventually come up and in by Zimmerman. An absolute battle on that possession, and you'd think it'd be surprising that it took to that point, given how many defenders were packing the paint, for there to be a foul called. But from the angle here, you could see it pretty clearly. All of the Indiana players' arms on the first shot were completely vertical. Really, some teach tape for that. Just got a little bit greedy by the end of it, giving Zimmerman that bucket and one opportunity. Tucker finds Ainsworth. Ainsworth looking for Gilbert down low, and is going to reset with Jack Tucker. Gets it into Gilbert, pops it out to Ainsworth. He's driving. They're going to move it. And Tucker comes inside, can't get the floater, battling around, and this is going to be, we have a timeout call that came in before the jump ball was signaled, and so that one was seconds away from it, but Wade Zimmerman getting down onto the floor, holding on to enough possession right away that his coach was able to get in that call. 25-23. 6:26 left here in the third. Whirlwind scored first. Crusaders scored second. Margin staying the same here. Both sides re-entering the floor. Senior Andrew Reynolds will inbound it to Chad Glover. Jack Tucker and Kyle Stevens up top on defense. And Gilbert gets that one. Looked like he was thinking about trying to free a man with a long outlet pass. Played it a little more A little more conservatively. Ainsworth not able to get it. Achenbach goes up. Stevens pulls. Short on that one. And a big-time board from Aiden Montgomery. Both of these teams playing with a ton of passion, ton of intensity here. Glover gets into the lane, and he's going to be able to draw a foul there. Stevens. Third foul called against Stevens. And we're going to have Ethan Tucker coming in for Kyle Stevens. 5:43 left in the third quarter, 25-23. Wade Zimmerman. We got Aiden Montgomery, but this is Wade Zimmerman, who is down on the baseline. He's going to find Luke Carter here. This is going to get picked. Jake Gilbert running. He's got a man if he needs him. Goes up, finishes with his left, but not able to go. Ainsworth pulling from three, hitting it. First lead of the game for the Whirlwinds, and that's Ainsworth's second three of this game. The junior Ethan Ainsworth making a difference off the bench. Glover sizing up his options. He's got Jake Gilbert on him. Pushing his teammates away. Steps into a three of his own. Rattles out. Gilbert gets it. Finds Ethan Tucker coming down, who's now going to settle it down. Jack Tucker working on the left. Ethan Ainsworth looking for Jake Gilbert. Jack Tucker now has it. 15 on the shot clock. Looking at his options. Ethan Tucker on the right. Now finds Jack Tucker. 7 on the shot clock. Gilbert's got to go. Jack Tucker up. No good from 3. And 2 men both trying to save it. Neither are going to get there in time. Suburban's going to have the ball in an unfamiliar position. Down 1 point with 4:28 left in this one. Suburban getting set now. It's going to be Chad Glover bringing it up. And looking at his options is Zimmerman. Draws a foul. And that's going to be called against the junior Ethan Ainsworth. 4:18 left in the third, 25-26. Indiana defending a 1-point lead. Finds Glover right away. And he can't get that one, but swooping in. Cleaning up that miss. The Crusaders take back the lead. Ainsworth working off of his right. He's going to get Achenbach over there to give him some help. And Ethan Tucker was the target, but the defense read that. Glover working his way in, gets the bucket. 3-point lead. Ethan Tucker sprinting up the floor. Now looking at his options, back to Jack Tucker, and he's going to have a bit of space. Jake Gilbert gets it. Working off the left, gets to his left. Up and good. Refs letting a little bit more contact go both directions on the last 2 shots. Glover finds Zimmerman. Zimmerman from outside, not able to get it. Big time board by number 44, Luke Carter. Ainsworth trying to work his way up, and he's going to pick up a foul against Glover. Heard the footsteps coming behind him, and whether 100% in control or like 80% in control, able to mix up his speeds a little bit there. And savvy move by the junior. Able to get that one there. And that one, Ainsworth absorbing some contact on his way around. Refs didn't see a foul there. but that's going to come back Suburban's direction. We've got number 13, Andrew Ellis, the sophomore, checking in. We've already called out this Suburban team as a senior-heavy roster. All 5 of their starters, all seniors. And so any underclassmen getting minutes, certainly ready to contribute in the moment. Swatted away by Gilbert, but they saw contact somewhere. They're calling this one against Achenbach. (28-29). Suburban with the lead, with a chance to extend that. 2:45 left here in the third quarter. Rattles it out. Off on the first, trying to push it out to a 2-point margin with this one. And rattling out is that one. Jake Gilbert comes down with the board. And Indiana back in business, down 1. Ethan Tucker running things up top. Now finds Jack Tucker. Into the lane through larger players. Gilbert gets that one. And on his second opportunity, draws the foul call. 13, Andrew Ellis picking up that call there. Timeout called by Indiana Christian. Heading to the line for a chance to flip this tight margin. 2:26 left in the third. Crusaders up 1. We'll be back. Back in action, Jake Gilbert at the line for the Whirlwinds. Good on it. Tying the game for Indiana. 29 apiece. Whirlwinds in navy, Crusaders in white. 2:26 left in this quarter. 8 minutes of the fourth quarter. And the Whirlwinds have the slimmest of leads to work with. Glover finds Zimmerman. Quick shot by Aiden Montgomery. Ethan Tucker with the board. Jack Tucker flying down the court. Jake Gilbert looks at a man coming down. So does the defense. Now into the corner for Ethan Ainsworth. Gilbert able to collect before the double gets there. And short, comes back, gets it. And the junior has been huge in the last couple of minutes. Luke Carter getting rung up there. 3-point lead for Indiana, largest of the day. They'll take an extra one if the junior Jake Gilbert can convert. Too deep. Wade Zimmerman comes away with it. 3-point lead, still a 1-possession game as Chad Glover picks out Aiden Montgomery. Now back to Zimmerman, twisting into traffic. Not able to get it with the bank. There are arms everywhere. Anytime it gets down into the paint, both of these teams are doing a great job of packing the paint on defense and doing a pretty good job of staying clean enough in their contests as they do so. Chad Glover out in space. He's going to hit for 2. Trim the lead to 1. Up. Tucker gets it back, 20 on the shot clock. Just working against Ellis. Now it's going to be over to Ainsworth. He's got Gilbert above him. Achenbach down. Too deep. That's going to be another good board by Aiden Montgomery. And Glover surveys. Zimmerman into the lane. He has been fearless in driving over the course of this game. 21-second difference between, or 21 on the shot clock, 48 on the game clock. Andrew Gilbert coming in for Ethan Tucker. Parker Martin has checked in for Suburban. He got the ball back. Now Ellis from the corner, short on it. And this is going to stay with Suburban. Shot clock reset after hitting the rim. 42.4 on the game clock for the third quarter. Full 35 to work with. Out to Glover. He's got some size. Dances a bit, pulls up from mid-range, and nails a tricky jump shot. He timed it up so that he kind of knew where Jack Tucker was going to be and forced any contest to require some contact. If anything, that would be slightly the easy part of things, though. Hitting that jumper through contact, missing the free throw, gets the offensive board back. Glover working his way through. He's trying to carry his team to a lead to enter the fourth. Going to the line, chance for two. There's 31.2 left here. And so the rest of this quarter, however it plays out, will play out without a shot clock. Foul on Achenbach. Glover at the line for two. Straight but short on the first. Margin remaining at one for the moment. Glover steps to the line, hits it. 2-point margin. Jack Tucker coming up the court for Indiana Christian. The Whirlwinds down two with the ball. Coach calling one shot. They want to take this one pretty far down. We're looking at 15 on the game clock. Gets it out to Ainsworth through contact. Doing a good job of holding on. Doing a good job of defense is Suburban. 5.4. And this will stay with Indiana. Ainsworth gets it. 5.4. Tucker into the corner on the baseline. Picked away. Zimmerman launching that one, and that's going to burn the rest of the clock out. 34-32. 2-point margin for the Crusaders entering the fourth quarter. Spot in tonight's title game on the line. We'll be back with you in just 1 minute for the exciting conclusion of one of the most back-and-forth games in our tournament so far. Whirlwinds coming to the court in the fourth quarter. We've got Jack Tucker and Kyle Stevens in the guard spots. Ethan Tucker, kind of a guard, sometimes plays a little bit up, bit of a wing sometimes as well. Josiah Degbelow and Jake Gilbert as the front court. And so this is their original starting lineup for the game. Suburban Christian running out most all of their starters, with the only change being no Andrew Reynolds in favor of Andrew Ellis. 8 minutes all to play for. Indiana receives the ball. Whirlwinds and Navy down 2 against the defending Crusaders in white. Degbelow gets it. The freshman sizing it up. Finds Gilbert. Gets into the lane. Back out to Degbelow. Finds Gilbert again. Tapped away. Quick hands by Ellis. Now running the court. And that one is going to roll over the top, but Montgomery will go to the line. 4-2. Foul on the senior guard, Jack Tucker. Aiden Montgomery goes to the line. The senior is short on the first. .732 left in the fourth. 34-32, make that 35-32. Montgomery splits the set. Jack Tucker finds Ethan Tucker. Now working his way around. They're trying to keep Kyle Stevens from getting the ball. Suburban's going to pick out Ethan Tucker. Not the right color of jersey. And Stevens finds Gilbert, tipped away, and that one is going to see Suburban take it back. Wade Zimmerman absorbing contact. Not a dirty play, but he took a hit from Ethan Tucker on that one. Both of these sides going all in as they try to punch their ticket to the final. Andrew Ellis with the ball. Now back to Zimmerman. Now Glover on the wing looking at Ethan Tucker. 13 on the shot clock. Pulls up long 2. And this one comes out to Stevens. Lets the defender clear, and now is going to come up the court with a little bit of space. Suburban tracking their guys with man defense here. Stays with the Whirlwind. 6:20 left in this one. Suburban with a 3-point lead. Indiana with the ball. Ethan Tucker climbs the ladder for that one. Now back to Stevens. 17 on the shot clock. Whether he's thinking about it or just trying to get his defender to think he's thinking about it. He's got the range, uses that to give a little bit more space for Jake Gilbert before a defender could come down to him. Gilbert gets to the line. Down 3. Chance to put a dent in that. Jake Gilbert good on his first 2-point game. 6:07 left. Whirlwinds in Navy. Went down 10 early. Battled back pretty quickly. And it's been blow for blow since then. Suburban leading by 2. Wade Zimmerman with the ball on the left. Now he works around a pick, pulls up from the baseline, a little deep on that, comes back out to Aiden Montgomery, finds Zimmerman again. He's guarded by Stevens, now finds Glover, who's guarded by Ethan Tucker. Zimmerman into the lane. He's not the tallest, but he's willing to get inside and try to go to work. Foul against Ethan Tucker, 35-33. Tucker's fourth foul. Ethan Ainsworth comes to the scorer's table. Wade Zimmerman hits the first, pushing the lead out to 3. We've got number 15, Juan Rivas Vargas, coming in for Chad Glover. 5:39 left. And Glover and Zimmerman do a lot of the ball handling for Suburban. Glover probably leading the way with that. And so coming to the bench, feels like Coach Payton trying to snatch a couple of minutes of rest before the absolute down-to-the-wire possessions that it's felt like this game has been headed for. Kyle Stevens going to try to go to work, gets to the free throw line, not able to hit that one. Jake Gilbert almost came away with it. Now Degbelow gets down for that one. And the cheers on the Indiana sideline. Looks like it's going to stay with the Whirlwinds. Kyle Stevens on the baseline. Tucker and Ainsworth up top. Gilbert and Degbelow down below. Gilbert now finds Ainsworth. Into the corner. Rattles around, comes back to Ainsworth, and he almost loses it. And sorting out the shot clock here on this one, Indiana is now going to have this to work with. 5:10 left in this one. 4-point lead for the Crusaders in white. Gilbert on the perimeter. Now finds Stevens working inside, and he's going to get a chance for 2 from the line. 4-point margin. Hitting one makes it a one-possession game. Hitting both. Certainly something that would make an impact at this stage of proceedings. Stevens gets the first. One possession. We've got a sub coming in. Rivas Vargas steps out. Glover steps back in. 38 seconds of game time. Chance to get a bit of a breather. You'd have to guess that Glover will see this one out from here. Stevens hits both. 2-point game. Zimmerman trying to go in. And the rebound by Ainsworth. He's going to be bringing it up for the Whirlwinds. One possession game right now. 2 ties, 3 leads. Tucker for 3 for the lead. Can't get it. Big board by Montgomery over the hands of Gilbert. Zimmerman in. Can't finish with the left. Ellis is swallowed up on the putback. Stevens is running. He's got Gilbert ahead of him. Finds him now. And that is going to be counted. And the basket counts. That's going to be an and one call. And the ref comes back to the table and confirms the shot does count. There's one more free throw yet to come. Indiana with a chance to take the lead. It's 37 apiece. Gilbert's going to step to the line for a chance to break the tie on the other side of this full time out by the Whirlwinds. Coming up after this game, we're going to have the skills contest, something that all members of the tournament have an opportunity to participate in. Then at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time, we're going to have what should be an exciting finale to the ladies' side of the bracket. First Baptist of Rosemount, Minnesota, taking on Tabernacle from Martinsville, Indiana. Rosemount has been absolutely cruising through the ladies' side of the bracket so far. Tabernacle having some closer games, but still able to flex their quality at times. That one's coming up. A little bit longer break from this game's completion to the next one's tip because of the skills challenge, but that one's going to be at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. We've got a college game at 6, and then the men's final, 8 p.m. Pacific time tonight, High Street versus one of these two teams. 4:13 to go, 37 apiece. Jake Gilbert steps to the line to try to give his team an advantage for the moment. Rattles out. Ethan Tucker tries to get it, not able to come away. Chad Glover heading up the court. We're trying to work against Ethan Tucker. Tucker on 4 fouls. From the outside, fakes, now goes. And that's going to be a 3-second violation. Under 4 to play. Nothing to separate these two teams. Score lines, 37 apiece. Jack Tucker with the ball. We've got the ball to Josiah Degbelow. Goes up and can't finish at the rim, but earns the whistle, the chance to add to his total and to give his team a lead. And Luke Carter picks up his 3rd foul for the Crusaders. Whirlwinds in Navy, deep by Degbelow. No change, no lead. Deep again by Degbelow. 37 apiece, 3:40 left in this one. Glover finds Zimmerman. We've got number 10, Jack Carter, coming to the scorer's table. See if he can make a difference for the Crusaders. Glover eyeing up Tucker. Now met by another one. In and out down low. Degbelow defending. Tries to turn the corner. Zimmerman looks at his options. Both of these teams going all out here late in the game. Degbelow comes down with the board. Ethan Tucker is going to get the foul. Glover a little bit over his skis. He's stayed pretty clean in this game so far. And so this one is going to lead to shots as the Crusaders have gotten rung up more in the late stages of the game. It is still 37 apiece. Whirlwinds missing their last 3 free throws. Make that 4. Ethan Tucker with a chance to give a lead here. We've got some substitutions on the Crusaders' side of things. Five straight misses. Gilbert finds Tucker, comes down with it. Finds Jack Tucker. He's looking. Kyle Stevens is trying to get open for this one. Can't bank it off the backboard. A big board by Jack Carter. Chad Glover with the ball. No difference between the 37 of Indiana Christian and the 37 of Suburban Christian. Zimmerman has Stevens on him. Glover has Ethan Tucker on him. A fake. Glover's able to get inside and finish. 39-37. 2.5 left. Jack Tucker faced by Andrew Ellis. And Degbelow gets that out to Ethan Tucker. Keeping the ball moving. Kyle Stevens thinks about it. Dribbles, resets, pulls. Short. And Chad Glover bringing it up. 2-point lead. 2 minutes exactly to play. 39-37. Crusaders in white with the ball, with the lead, with the chance to go to the finals. Zimmerman from 3. Too deep. Ethan Tucker comes down with the board. Gets it to Jack. 145. Stevens into Degbelow. Degbelow up and good. 39 apiece. 135. Less than 100 seconds unless this one heads for overtime. Chad Glover opens up space. Comes up with a shot. Not able to get it. Board by Gilbert. Finds Kyle Stevens. 1:18 to play. It's all even. Got about 40 seconds for 2 shots if Indiana wants to try to play the timing game. Finds Degbelow. Scored last time down. Can he find a teammate? And Coach Stevens calls a timeout for Indiana. 12 on the shot clock. 57 left in this one. Barring offensive rebounds, fouls, turnovers, etc., Indiana has 12 to play with on this shot, and then something like 10 to play with or more, depending on how the Suburban Christian possession goes. 57.1 to play here, 39 apiece. I believe that there are 4 fouls on Ethan Tucker on the Indiana side of things. But everyone else, I haven't seen anyone else signaled with more than 3. So it looks like both sides will have their full complement of players pretty much no matter what. Ethan Tucker on the baseline, 57.1 in the game, 12 on the shot clock. 0 is the margin of victory right now. Ethan Tucker looking for a man. Tries to find Jack. Now he gets Jake Gilbert. Bucket, 55.7. And they're going to step up. Clock. And they're going to step up for this here. Chad Glover now coming up. 20-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. 2-point lead for the Whirlwinds. In. Up for 3. Can he hit it? He does. Huge, huge shot by Aiden Montgomery. 1-point lead for the Crusaders. 1-point deficit for the Whirlwinds with the ball. 35 seconds to play. 7-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Ethan Tucker finds Jake Gilbert, the junior, trying to work. Gets inside with the hook. It's good. Shot clock's going to be off for this one. Zimmerman going up the court. 1 point is the margin. And a timeout is called here by Suburban. They've got the ball. They've got 15.8 to do something. Full timeout called by Suburban Christian. Indiana has 1 more timeout remaining. Suburban Christian has 2 more after that one's been called. And so Suburban with a little bit more control if they are able to take back the lead. 15.8 left. The decision on the Suburban sideline is probably something like going early for a shot, giving a chance to play the free throw game with a miss, or bleeding this one all the way down, trying to hit it at the buzzer. Anything wins it for the Crusaders at a 1-point game. Even picking up a foul call is going to give them opportunities to, at the very least, tie it. Whirlwinds taking the floor. We've got Degbelow and Gilbert in the front court. Tucker, and Stevens in the back court. Suburban takes the floor. We've got Reynolds, Glover, Montgomery, Carter, and Zimmerman. Starting fives all around. 15.8 to play. Suburban gets it in. They're down 1. The clock is ticking away. 13 seconds left. And there's going to be an on-the-floor foul that's going to go against Jack Tucker. 10.8. Indiana had a bit more to give there. And Ethan Tucker steps to the Zimmerman on the sideline. That's going to get stolen. Ethan Tucker is going to get the steal, pick up a foul. 8.2 left. If he can hit both free throws, Suburban is going to have to hit a 3 to have a shot at overtime. Splitting it is going to leave the door a little bit more open for the Crusaders. The fans are nervous on both sides. 8.2 left to play. Whirlwinds up 1. Whirlwinds with the chance to add more. The senior Ethan Tucker, too deep, rolls out to the left. It's still a 1-point game. 8.2 is what we're looking at here. Indiana up 1. Ethan Tucker hoping to make it 2. Deep on it. Falls to Jay Gilbert. And an immediate timeout. Indiana is out of timeouts from here on out, but has the ball back. 7 seconds. 1-point lead. And presumably trying to work out inbounding it to the player that will give them the best opportunity to make this a 3-point game. If Suburban's able to foul quickly, looking at getting the ball back with maybe 5 seconds or so. Going down the court, having to hit something, possibly 2, possibly 3. Coach Stevens for Indiana Christian setting up the play that they're going to come out with. This is his last time out. Suburban has 2, and so they are able to use those a little bit more down the stretch here, but this is it for the Whirlwinds. Chances to convene like this, at least in terms of what they themselves are calling. 43-42. Whirlwinds up 1. Whirlwinds with the ball after that free throw or miss was rebounded by Jake Gilbert. Ethan Tucker on the baseline. Degbolo down low. Gilbert out. Stevens and Tucker lined up as well. Looking for their man. Degbolo finds Tucker. Finds Stevens. Into the corner. And that one gets a late whistle. It's at 1.6 here. Let's see if they go back to add anything more to the clock. They don't. And so 1.6 is what we're at. If Stevens hits both, then Suburban will be in some trouble. 2-point game, 44-42, 1.6 to play. Kyle Stevens hits the free throw. 3 is the margin. Timeout by Suburban. 1.6 seconds left. Down 3. You don't need me to tell you what is going to happen from here. As Suburban Christian is going to do their best to draw up an open shot. Indiana has some fouls to give, and so Coach Stevens saying don't reach. It doesn't look like they're going to try to really get in and contest. They're going to trust that they can make it difficult enough while staying away from any chance to earn free throws. 45-42. A back and forth slugfest here in the Walther Center between the Whirlwinds and Crusaders, and it's going to all come down to if the Crusaders can keep their tournament alive with 1.6 seconds left down by 3. They have to get a 3 off and, you know, make it. But certainly doing their best to draw it up. It's enough time. It's not 0.2 of a second or something like that. But this is for a right to play at 8 p.m. Pacific time tonight. High Street from Columbus, Ohio is waiting. They're watching in the stands right now to see who they're going to play. Gilbert and Tucker are back. Degbolo, Tucker, and Stevens are near. Tipped away. And the deflection there getting sorted back out. 1.6 was originally on the clock. The clock didn't start properly. And so knocked away. Indiana Christian comes away with the win. It was Suburban early. It was tied for virtually everything from there on out. And a standing ovation from the Suburban Christian fans in the stands. You can't ask for better effort or execution on both ends than what we just saw there. Indiana Christian going to make it to the top, but this is easily the best game that I've gotten to watch in the tournament so far. And if Rosemount Tabernacle coming up in half an hour or High Street Indiana coming up at 8 tonight or anything like that, you guys are in for a treat.
Thank you.
We'll be back in half an hour with the ladies' title game. Tabernacle, Indiana, Rosemount, Minnesota. Crusaders and Eagles will square off there. We'll be back in half an hour.
All right, we're going to get ready for our skills competition three-point contest. Please send male representatives. We're going to start with the boys' side of the competition to center court. Center court. One representative from each team will compete in the three-point competition. Following the three-point competition, we will have a free throw competition. All right, we're going to get started here. Ladies, please clear the court. Please clear the court. All right, we're going to get started here. We're going to have one player on each side of the court for the three-point competition. Please, no more shooting. We're getting started here with the three-point competition. Our first contestant from Bethel Baptist School, Carson, California, Noah Hogbons. And from First Baptist Academy, Carlos Leal. Each player will have 1 minute to shoot three-pointers while moving to 5 points on the floor. The player with the most made threes is the winner. If the player's foot touches the line before the shot goes up, that basket will not count. The three-point line is the black line. If a tie for first place will occur, the players will play another round to break the tie. This will continue until the tie for first place is broken. Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. All right, that will conclude the first 2 contestants. We have 7 and 4. 7 and 4. All right, our next 2 contestants. From High Street Christian Academy, Lucas. And Ray Hernandez. Ray Hernandez.
I don't know who Lucas is. Lucas is from Harvest.
No, there's a Lucas.
Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1.
That's okay. That's okay. Who was this side from? Or what, how many did they do? 5 down here.
Robert McGraw from High Street Christian Academy with 5 made free throws. 3-pointers.
Who made it on this side? How many did they make?
Ray Hernandez with 6 3-pointers made. The score to beat is 7. Our next contestant from Newport Christian, Maddox Nook. And we have Wade Zimmerman from Suburban Christian.
Over here, guys. Line up over here for me.
Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. Maddox Shooks with 10. He goes into the lead from Newport Christian. From First Baptist Rosemont, Minnesota, we have Justin Undari. And from First Baptist Plattsmouth, Nebraska, Drew Tapman. Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. All right, we have 6 and 3 three-pointers made. We still have the leader with 7. Correction, 10. Our next contestants from First Baptist Long Beach, Josiah Poblete. And from Indiana Christian, Kyle Stevens. Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. 4-7. We still have a leader with 10 3-pointers made. The 2026 tip-off tournament free throw competition is next. Please make your way to the scores table if you are competing in the free throw competition. We have one final 3-pointer contestant from Lancaster Baptist, Hudson Hurtado. Once again, if you are competing in the free throw competition, please make your way to the scores table. And from Harvest Temple Christian Academy, we have Lucas Ryrick. These are the final contestants for the 3-point competition. Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. We have 7 and 3. The 2026 3-point competition winner from Newport Christian School, Maddox Nook. Coming up next, we have the free throw competition. Each player will shoot 10 free throws. The player with the most made free throws is the winner. If a tie were to occur, the players with the tie will shoot 5 additional free throws. Our first contestants from First Baptist, Minnesota. Let's hear it for Caleb Lindsay. And from Newport Christian School, Sammy Roberson. Each shooter gets 10 free throws. Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. All right, we have Caleb Lindsay with 9 free throws made out of 10. Sammy Roberson, 5 out of 10. Coming up next, Peyton Langley from Lancaster Baptist School. In Chad Glover from Suburban Christian. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Chad Glover with 4. Peyton with 2. Our next contestants from Tabernacle Christian, Isaac Tomlin. And from First Baptist Long Beach, Manasseh Osei. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Isaac finishes with 4, Manasseh with 5. Our next contestant from Indiana Christian, Jack Tucker. And from First Baptist Florida, Joshua White. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Jack finishes with 5. Joshua with 9 moves into a tie for first place. Our next contestants from First Baptist, Nebraska, Nolan Fincher. And from Harvest Tabernacle, Travis Wyrick. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Nolan finishes with 8. And Travis from Harvest Temple with 6. Coming up next, the last 2 final contestants from Bethel, Elijah Augustine. And from High Street, Trell Jackson. Starting in 3, 2, 1. And our 2026 free throw competition champion from High Street Christian Academy, Trell Jackson. Coming up next, we have our girls' championship game. Due to time constraints, we're going to move our free throw and three-point competition to after the girls' championship game. Thank you. Fans, please clear the court. Please clear the court. Thank you.
Welcome to the Ladies Tip-Off Tournament Championship. We're glad that you're here. Thank you for your patience with us. Part of the skills challenge at 2 o'clock ran a little bit longer, and so hopefully maybe a couple extra minutes for you to grab dinner if you are back east with us. If not, try to time it up with halftime or something, I guess. We are pumped for this game, though. First Baptist School of Rosemount, Minnesota. The one-seeded Crusaders have been looking every bit of that one seed here in the tournament so far, taking down Long Beach, California, and Harvest Temple, Ohio, in their knockout play matchups to this point. Tabernacle Christian entering the knockout play as the 2 seed and living up to that as well, taking down First Baptist of Cooper City, Florida, and Lancaster, California in their quarterfinal and semifinal matchups. So Tabernacle taking down the East Coast and the West Coast so far, but conquering the Midwest will easily be
Ladies
their
and gentlemen,
hardest
good
challenge
afternoon and welcome
yet.
to the Walther
As
Center
Crusaders
for the
have
2026
not shown
West Coast Baptist
much
College Tip-Off
weakness
Tournament
in
Championship
this
game in the
tournament so far.
ladies division.
Both teams running out the same starting 5 as they did in their games this morning. Rosemount playing at 8 o'clock, playing Jada McKinney, Leah Anderson.
We're going to meet the
Maya
starting
McKinney,
lineups. Today's
Kira
championship
Wanja,
game,
and Lydia
we have
Wanja.
Tabernacle Christian School from
Playing
Indiana,
Liz Sutherland, Lacey Sutherland,
the 2 seed.
Abby Bertelson,
And the
Julia
1
Ross,
seed, we have
and
First
Reagan
Baptist
Seasting.
School of Rosemount, Minnesota.
Looking forward to a fantastic game. We'll be back with you on the other side of these announcements here.
Let's meet the starting lineups. Let's meet the 2 seed, the visiting Eagles of Tabernacle Christian School. Number 2, Liz Sutherland. Number 3, Abby Bertelson. Number 4, Julia Ross. Number 10, Lacey Sutherland. And number 25, Reagan Seasting. And the coaches for Tabernacle Christian, Brandon Seasting and Jamin Baxter. Let's meet the 1 seed from Rosemount, Minnesota, First Baptist School, the Crusaders. Number 12, Jada McKinney. Number 20, Leah Anderson. Number 22, Maya McKinney. Number 23, Kara Wanja. And number 45, Lydia Wanja. And the coaches for the Crusaders, John Jenkins and Elise Jenkins. Walther Center, it's time for Ladies Championship Basketball.
So far in this tournament, Rosemount, Minnesota has rolled out possibly the most effective press of any team, guys or ladies side in this tournament. High Street from Ohio and some other guys' sides probably would want to have something to say about that, but certainly the Crusaders have shown the ability to get a lot of pressure. On the Eagles side of things, Liz and Lacey Sutherland in particular shown some effectiveness at bringing the ball up and getting.
I'd like to welcome the officials
Eagles
for
into
tonight's
their
championship
sets.
contest, Mr. Elton
And so
Wilnery
it's going to be a battle of
and Mr.
styles,
Wallace
and
Flowers.
if the Eagles are going to find themselves in the thick of things here, they're going to need to show the ability to be able to handle Rosemount's pressure. On the Rosemount side of things, not only did they bring pressure earlier, but they also showed the ability to step out and hit some threes. Lydia Wanja getting ready to jump here for Rosemount. with a smooth stroke that led to some great success earlier. Kira Weinja goes up over the top, board by Julia Ross. Liz Sutherland now working up on the left-hand side. Gets up and not able to hit there. This one's going to
out of bounds. Crusaders
Rosemount.
basketball.
And I've got to say, after a Crusaders versus Crusaders semifinal and an Eagles versus Eagles semifinal, I'm enjoying being able to say these teams' nicknames.
Maya
First
McKinney.
advantage goes to Maya McKinney, number 22 for the Eagles. And Jada McKinney now jumping this pass, a good steal. Not able
Eagles
to reel
basketball
it in,
out of
though, before
bounds.
coming off of her shin. 2-0 in the early going here. Lacey Sutherland receives and gets it right back to Liz. Bertelson up top. Liz Sutherland trying to work. And knocked away by Kira Weinja. Ross trying to stay attached here. And had her hands down as she was sliding to guard. Put them up on the shot attempt, but
Foul number 4.
ref seeing maybe a
Ross.
little late on that. Hands staying down as the Crusaders' arms were going up. Buries the first. And Maya McKinney the opportunity to add another one here, which she'll do. Lacey Sutherland bringing it up now.
Traveling violation. Rosemount basketball.
And calling a travel on that one. Jada McKinney getting ready to inbound. Kira Weinja in the backcourt. Lacey Sutherland trying to deny. Maya McKinney comes to receive before returning it to Jada. And Lydia Weinja with a
Jump ball.
well-timed cut to the
Possession
basket.
goes to Tabernacle.
Not able to finish that one off. Abby Bertelson is going to try to take it out. And they're going to have this one come back to Rosemount. Ross contesting here. Lydia Weinja comes back up with it on the other side, tipped away by Liz Sutherland.
Crusader basketball out of bounds.
Stays on the Rosemount side of things, but the Eagles with another chance to dig in and defend. Leah Anderson down low, now looking around. Finds Maya McKinney. Gets a bit of a pick. Finds Lydia, or rather Kira Weinja. 6-0 in the early
Kira
going as Lacey
Weinja.
Sutherland brings it up here.
Illegal
Second
dribble.
hand coming in
Crusader
on the dribble.
basketball.
6:19 left in this one. Coming up on 2 minutes in. Rosemount has found some of the shots they've wanted so far. Stays on Rosemount's side. Lacey Sutherland sliding to deny on defense. Pass came there, hit the foot, and we've got a kick. Lydia Weinja now finds Maya McKinney. Jada McKinney comes up with the shot. And Lacey Sutherland is away. She's got Ross there, but is going to take
Score the
herself with an
basket.
and
Lacey
one opportunity.
Sutherland.
Finishing through the contact is Lacey
Foul
Sutherland.
number 20, Anderson. Going to line for Tabernacle, number 10, Lacey Sutherland.
6-2 here. Chance to make that 6-3. Cut it to a one-possession game. Got a second here with some loose shoelaces. And McKinney's back good to go. And so Lacey Sutherland at the line. And can't finish the and one opportunity. Still opened up the scoring for the Eagles. And the drive, it's tapped away. Eagles ball. Liz Sutherland trying to work across against Jada McKinney. And almost tipped away, but Bertelsen comes up with it. Liz Sutherland up and in, back-to-back.
Liz Sutherland.
Buckets in the paint for the Sutherland sisters. And the crowd is roaring here in the Walther Center. It's always interesting to see which other teams start siding with who in
Foul number 2,
different
Sutherland.
competitions.
Going to line
But
4,
some
Rosemount. Number
raucous
45,
defense chance
Lydia Wanja.
there. We've got a couple Lions jerseys in the stands. Cheering on Minnesota. We've got some Indiana solidarity, it looks like, with Tabernacle from some of the guys' teams in the stands. And Abby Bertelsen comes through, draws the foul. Committed by Jada McKinney. 8-4 is the
Foul
score.
number 12,
Exactly
McKinney.
3 minutes into this one. Lacey Sutherland on the baseline. Abby Bertelsen in position. The tip
Out of bounds, Crusaders basketball.
by Lydia Wanja did just enough to deter its course. Still reached Bertelsen, but not where she was planning, and that's going to end up out of bounds. McKinney's on the same side. Lydia Wanja now moving. Jada McKinney pulls up for it. And Julia Ross comes down with the bucket. Lacey Sutherland driving, and that's going to be an on-the-floor foul before that shot was committed. And so it'll stay
Foul number 22,
on the
McKinney.
floor, but Maya McKinney will get rung up there. We're going to see our first substitution of the game on the
Checking in
Rosemount
for First
side of things.
Baptist,
Taylor Zotke.
number
coming in
14,
for
Taylor Zocke.
Leah Anderson. Liz Sutherland with this here. Comes around to pick from Seasting and is going to get the free throw opportunities. 22 is going to pick up
Foul number
another foul
22,
here, and we've
McKinney.
got Cheyenne Rhodes, the junior from Minnesota, coming over towards the scorer's table, and we will see if she checks in. They're going to execute these substitutions after the second of 3.
Checking in for First Baptist, number 11,
Not
Cheyenne
able to get
Rhodes.
The first 2. We got one more. And splashes the third, getting a point out of that trip, 8-5. We're at a 1-possession game. Kira Wanja with the ball, now picks out Cheyenne Rhodes behind her. Jada McKinney was thinking about it, met by Ross. Kira Wanja now moving it around. Taylor Zotke to Rhodes. A lot of movement around the perimeter. 9 on the shot clock, though, before the shot comes up. Pretty good look down on the baseline by Lydia Wanja, but not able to go. And the Eagles are moving with a momentary chance to tie it up. Knocked away by the quick hands of Rosemount.
Lydia
Eagles doing a
Wanja.
good job trying to get set in transition to bait the Crusaders to take a charge. A little bit short on that one. And this is going to come back to Rosemount. 10-5 is the line at this point. Rhodes in to Jada McKinney, who brings it down the court. Kira Wines just trying to slip through. Doesn't get it there, but we'll see if it finds her again. And moving it around the perimeter again. Kira Wines from deep. Collected by Liz Sutherland, who's pushing it as far down the court as she can get. And she is going to earn herself 2 free throws for her sprint.
Foul number 14,
into
Shoke. Going to line for Tabernacle, number 2, Liz Sutherland. 2 shots.
Liz Sutherland, good on the first. 10-6 is the line. She's got another opportunity on her second. And that one will bounce out to the shooter's left. Kira Weinja collecting and bringing it up. Zotke with room to fire. It's going to bounce out to Rhodes, who's going to keep the possession going.
3-second violation.
And it's going to be 3
Eagles
in the paint,
basketball.
giving the ball back to the Eagles. 10-6 with 2:53 left. And after 6 points in about the first minute and a half for Rosemount, the Eagles have really been able to tighten up the defense, keeping themselves in this one in the early going. Reagan Seasting now operating, and
Illegal
you're going to see
dribble.
a second hand come into the dribble there.
Crusaders basketball.
Side out of bounds in the backcourt with Taylor Zotke beginning the journey up the court. Zotke gets it back and blocked with contact by Liz Sutherland.
Foul number 2,
got
Sutherland. Going to line for
Taylor Zotke
Rosemont,
listed
number 14.
as an 8th
Taylor
grader
Jaske.
in the program I'm working off of, but already a contributor on this Crusaders side. Almost gets the first, but not quite. 10-6 is still the score. 2:26 left here in the first quarter. Eyes up the second, but can't get it. That one's going to be collected by Liz Sutherland. Tries to turn the corner on Kira Weinja. And Bertelsen comes across, gives enough of a pick to help the defender think about it. Interchanging with the Sutherlands here. Now into the lane. Falls almost to the hands of Julia Ross. And able to slow this one down eventually. Jada McKinney gets it and gets it back. Now forcing the reset as Julia Ross digs in to defend. Under 2 left in this first quarter. 10-6 is still the line. From the corner, a little too deep. Kira Weinja further out in position for that one. Zotke thought about it and not able to get that one off the bank. Bertelsen is almost away with it, but scooped back up by Jada McKinney.
3-second violation.
We've got another 3
Tabernacle
in the
basketball.
key. And this is going to send it back in the Tabernacle direction. Lacey Sutherland bringing it up. Now able to find Liz, who collects. Tries to get that back around. And a shot swallowed up by Lydia Weinja. Good defensive work from her there. And Bertelsen going to get called for that foul there.
Foul number 3, Bertelsen. Going to the line for Rosemount, number 12, Jada McKinney.
Barry's the first, giving the first points in a while. I think I've mentioned 10-6 a couple times here in the back half of the first quarter. 11-6 the score at the moment. McKinney 2 for 2 on that trip. 57.3 left. No need to rush like crazy. And that one's tipped away by Rosemount, but saved by Zotke. Lydia Weinja is now going to travel.
Traveling
41
violation. Eagles basketball.
0.1 left in this one. So we're still playing with a shot clock here, but not really a 2-for-1 opportunity. Just looking for the best shot. And saw an arm come in for it afterwards. And number 11, Cheyenne Rhodes, going to inbound it back here. 33.1 in this one. 30 seconds our ladies' shot clock. And so adjusting on my side of things after a couple of guys 35. Jada McKinney. Adjusting to the defense's looks and able to drive through the lane. 14-6, 15 seconds left here. Liz Sutherland is going to have this here. She's got 7 to work with. Able to get that one off the glass.
Liz Sutherland.
And Zotke gets it up, but not going to be able to hit.
Right
around the end of the first quarter.
Tabernacle Christian 8,
Sutherland
First Baptist School of
slicing it to
Rosemount
14-8 here at the end of the first quarter. We'll be back with you after this 2-minute quarter break.
Tournament coaches, the all-tournament ballots for the tip-off tournament is currently in the coaches' room. Tournament all ballots are in the coaches' room. If you could please fill those out and have them returned to the scores table by the start of the West Coast Baptist College game tonight. Tip-off at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Coming back out on the floor for the start of the second quarter. The Crusaders of Rosemount, Minnesota, and the Eagles from Tabernacle Christian in Indiana.
Foul number 45, Weinja.
Lydia Weinja getting rung up for that one, and so the Sutherlands will come over to the side. joined by Abby Bertelsen in the backcourt, but we've got 3 and 3 here in the backcourt here. While we haven't seen as much of the press from Minnesota yet, they're at least thinking about it here and showing more initial pressure than they ended up bringing, but definitely enough to change up the looks. Bertelsen gets in quickly, gets on to her left.
Abby Bertelsen.
14-10 is the score after that first bucket of the second quarter. Rhodes finds Anderson, who checked in over the quarter break, and this will stay with the Crusaders. Crusaders in white, Eagles in maroon. Sorting through some shot clock questions here. And setting up on the baseline is Jada McKinney. Finds Maya McKinney, who's now going to come out into some space. Turns the corner out to the perimeter and not able to go with that one. Lydia Weinja now looking around. And off of. And that's going to be a
Offensive
foul
foul
call against the sophomore.
Tabernacle basketball.
Rather against 22.
Foul
Maya
number
McKinney.
22, McKinney.
And we've got a substitution.
Checking back in
She
for the
will
Crusaders, number
come
14,
off
Taylor Shockey.
with Taylor Zotke coming in. Liz Sutherland driving into the paint, finding Reagan Seasting. Now back to Lacey Sutherland. Abby Bertelsen comes up with the shot there. And that one is
Out of
gonna
bounds,
come back
Crusader basketball.
Minnesota's direction. 14-10 is the score. 6:50 remains as we're just over a minute into the second quarter. At their best, Rosemount can get out and run. The Eagles doing a pretty good job of trying to make
Traveling
this a half-court
violation.
game.
Eagles basketball.
And with some long arms on Rosemount's side of things, that still presents its own difficulties. But being able to pick your spots is certainly something that the Eagles are hoping continues. Big block by Leah Anderson. Coming into the game again at that quarter break after originally starting it and providing some defensive deterrence on the Crusaders' side of things. Ross now gets the assignment, hands it off to Sutherland, and gets down into the corner.
Jada
And
McKinney,
a three-pointer
4-3.
by Jada McKinney. The cheering section there on the sideline calling for an out-of-bounds call. And that's going to be up and
Score
in
the basket.
by
Liz Sutherland.
Liz Sutherland. Answers a three-point shot.
Foul
with a
number
chance at a
20.
three-point play.
Anderson going to the line for the Eagles for one shot. Number 2, Liz Sutherland.
17-12 is the score. Trying to go to a baker's dozen. And that'll be a little bit deep. Zotke comes down with it, and the Crusaders are running. And Jada McKinney goes over, and this is going to get tied up for a jump ball here.
Jump ball. Possession goes to
which
the
will
Eagles.
flip this back to the Tabernacle Eagles. Lacey Sutherland now off to Liz. And she's been effective getting to her right and then trying to make something happen from there. Jada McKinney flying down the court, and Abby Bertelsen is going to take a charge there.
Offensive foul. Foul number 12, McKinney.
Kira Weinja coming into the game, and Zotke coming off. Sutherland's in the backcourt. Minnesota flashed some pressure a couple possessions back, but here just remaining in their half-court set. Pulling up from 3. And this one's going to come back to Kira Weinja, who is going to finish at speed from Minnesota. Liz Sutherland working on McKinney and is going to find Ross, but we're waiting for this whistle.
Foul number 12, McKinney. Going to the line for the Eagles, number
And
2,
a foul
Liz Sutherland. 2 shots.
Jada McKinney is going to send Liz Sutherland to the line. Rosemount getting whistled consistently enough so far in this second quarter, with 5 already in just over 3 minutes of play. 19-13 the score. Trying to make it 14 with this shot. And this will be rebounded by Bertelson. And that's going to get called a travel amidst
Crusaders
the defensive
basketball.
pressure. Weinja and Rhodes in the backcourt. As Kira, the junior, brought it up. Now finding Lydia, the senior.
Offensive foul.
And another
Foul number 45, Weinja.
whistle going against Rosemount here. 19-13 is the score. Lacey Sutherland now bringing it up. Taylor Zotke first at the point of attack. Now the Weinjas. And rebounded by Reagan Seasting. And that one is going to ultimately fall to Kira Weinja. Pushing it up. Finds Zotke. Can she reverse lay in? Not able to get it to go, but Lydia Weinja gets that one to fall. 4:05 left in this one. 21-13. 4:05 left in the second quarter of this one. 21-13 is our score right now. And
traveling violation.
Bertelson
Crusaders
will
basketball.
get whistled for the travel. And Tabernacle,
We have a timeout
Indiana,
on the
calling a
floor.
Timeout. 21-13
Eagles.
is the score. 3:55 left in the second quarter. The Crusaders in white holding an advantage over the Eagles in maroon, and yet certainly closer than some of the Rosemount games we've seen so far. We'll see if the Eagles can stick around and continue cutting the deficit when we come back. Coming out of that timeout, 21-13. Crusaders on top with the ball. Kira Weinja bringing it up, looking for a teammate to add to their lead. Zotke back to Weinja. And that one's going to get picked off by Liz Sutherland. She's got help if she needs. She works her way through, and that's going to be a nifty
Liz
finish
Sutherland.
by Liz Sutherland. 21-15 is the score. Zotke, Weinja trying to work against Bertelsen. Finds Lydia Weinja down low. That's a good entry pass.
Lydia Weinja.
And the energy in this game has been great, in part helped by the noise of the crowd, really going both directions. Sometimes we've seen a loud crowd on one side or the other. Both teams giving them something to cheer for. Kira Weinja trying to give him a jumper to cheer for, but
Lydia
Lydia
Weinja
cleaning up the putback. Lacey Sutherland brings it up now. And the pressure stays on the other side of the three-point line. Ross with the good offensive board is able to find Lacey Sutherland. And the bank can't quite go. Cheyenne Rhodes now coming up the court with Bertelsen on her. From the corner, the three doesn't go. And after 3 games on Wednesday, 1 game on Thursday, both of these teams' second games today, keeping up this level of energy is impressive. Bertelsen splashes it.
Abby Bertelsen.
And that one counted as a 2. And so 25-17, the margin that we're looking at. Tapped away by Liz Sutherland. And this is going to get rung up on number 3, Abby Bertelsen.
Foul number 3, Bertelsen.
25-17 with 1:49 left in the second quarter. Crusaders from Minnesota with the lead, with the ball. Zotke not able to get it, and Julia Ross comes away with the board. Liz Sutherland now working her way up the left. Slowed for a moment by Anderson in, and not able to get that one. Tied up there.
Jump ball.
The whistle for the jump ball will send this one
Possession goes to
Rosemount's
the Crusaders.
direction. 1:30 left in the second quarter. And the defense coming up a lot more aggressively on the Tabernacle side of things than has always been the case. Handing off some of the assignments, though. Bertelsen on Kira Weinja. Cheyenne Rhodes now with it, 9 on the shot clock. Finding Leah Anderson amidst 3 players, and a quick whistle. That one's going to go against number 2, Liz Sutherland.
Foul number 2, Sutherland.
Rhodes looking in. Now steps out, passes out to Lydia Weinja.
Out of bounds, Tabernacle basketball.
Weinja hit 2 early threes in their semifinals victory. Hasn't been able to find the range yet, but a dangerous weapon for Rosemount from distance. Lacey Sutherland able to get it to Liz after a bit of a nervy moment. Now gets to her left, working against Zotke. Bertelsen working against Rhodes, pulls up. That's good. And her second long jumper of the last 3 minutes or so. Weinja finds Anderson. Anderson
Traveling violation.
with too many
Tabernacle
steps
basketball.
as she's trying to turn into the attack. 35.2 left here in the second quarter. Crusaders up 6. Eagles with the ball and plenty of time. We got a full shot clock to do what they need to do. Out to Seasting. Gets it to Liz Sutherland. Gets it to the basket, but a little to the left. Not able to get it. 13 seconds left. Lydia Weinja coming up the court. Options on either side. Kira Weinja in the corner. Goes for the reverse layup and hits it with about 3 left. It's going to
Kara
have to be a
Wangja.
heave, if anything. 27
At the
to
end of the
19
first half,
is
our
your
score Tabernacle
At the
19,
end of
First Baptist
the first
Rosemont
half.
27.
We'll be back with you in about 8
Attention,
minutes
all ladies
or so.
basketball
27-19,
players who are competing
your
in the
halftime
three-point
score.
and free throw
Rosemount,
competition. Please
Minnesota
check in
Crusaders
at the scores
leading
table.
the Tabernacle,
Please check in at the
Indiana
scores table. The competition will come
Eagles
up immediately
here
following
in
the
the first
conclusion
half.
of the championship, girls championship game.
Get ready for the third quarter with us after the halftime break. It's Eagles 19, Crusaders 27. And the Eagles of Tabernacle, Indiana in maroon doing their best to slice into the deficit against the Rosemount team that has played excellent basketball all tournament long. Lydia Weinja coming down with the board there. Kira Weinja now bringing it up. Leah Anderson down low, her first shot attempt of the game, finding the opening at the right time. 29-19. Lacey Sutherland in a little bit of space. Now Liz Sutherland working against Kira Weinja. And Julia Ross trying to save it in, but it's going to head back in the Rosemount direction. Jada McKinney to Maya McKinney, who now brings it up. Gets to her right, finds Lydia Weinja with the jumper, comes up a little short. Liz Sutherland now sprinting down the court, trying to get to the basket, can't quite finish. And Bertelsen is going to come down with it, and this one's coming deep to Maya McKinney. And this is going to lead to shots. Lacey Sutherland getting whistled here. Maya McKinney splashes the first. Getting ready for the second now. And good on the second as well. 31-19 the score. Rosemount up 4-0 on the third quarter specifically. Bertelsen steps into a jump shot and rattles around. Ross almost comes down with it. And then Seaston comes over to tie up.
Possession goes to the Crusaders.
With the others. Crusaders winning this jump ball. And Lydia Weinja in a similar position to where Leah Anderson was able to come in from a couple of minutes ago, and trying to get it down into the post with players with momentum. Lacey Sutherland gets it to Liz. Bertelsen will shoot, and that one will rattle in.
Abby Bertelsen. Timeout on the floor. Timeout Tabernacle.
By Tabernacle Christian, Indiana. Score is 33-21 with 5:47 here in the third. Back momentarily. Back out onto the court are the teams. 5:47 left in the third. Kira Weinja and Maya McKinney in the backcourt. Eagles, as has typically been the case for them on defense, staying back in a more half-court set. Up and in by Lydia Weinja. Lacey Sutherland trying to find space. It's Bertelsen, then he gets it back, splashes it. Little mid-range
Lacey
jumper
Sutherland.
from the side. Jada McKinney with it here, tapped away, stays with Minnesota. 35-23, 5 minutes and change left in the third. And the ref getting ready to hand it to Lydia Weinja, the senior, on the baseline. Got competing defense and offense cheers here in the Walther Center.
Lydia
We're glad that you're
Weinja.
joining us via live stream, but we wish you could be here in person enjoying this game from feet away instead of just digitally. Bertelsen from deep almost gets that one. Ross comes down with the offensive board. And timeout by Tabernacle.
Timeout on the floor. Timeout
She
Eagles.
was pinned between a couple of defenders. Getting out of there. Chance to reset. Chance to make this possession count. 37-23. Back in a second. And Lacey Sutherland will search while on the baseline, finding someone. Finds her sister Liz. Abby Bertelsen picks out Liz. And able to spin and get that one to go is number 2 for the Eagles. And immediately sprinting back is Maya McKinney. Minnesota answering a pace. And Reagan Seasting with a clean first block, but tried to spring her teammate all the way free. Jada McKinney bringing it up here. It gets to her right. Looking around, finds Lydia Weinja. Now back to McKinney, who's going to pull from 3. Short on it there. Bounces around. Not able to get that, but Leah Anderson
Jump ball.
gets in there for an offensive rebound.
Possession
Tabernacle
goes to the Eagles.
able to tie it up. And I didn't have a great angle to see which individual for Tabernacle that was, but a lot of energy on defense as they fight to keep this one in range. Under 4 left in the third. 39-25 is your score. Liz Sutherland getting to her right. Back out to Bertelsen, who goes up with a shot. Little deep. Ross not going to be able to track it down inbounds.
Out of bounds. Crusaders basketball.
3:38 to go. Maya McKinney finds Anderson.
Out of bounds. Eagles basketball.
As Seasting closes in on defense, Anderson bobbles for a second, and that's going to go out, returning possession to the Eagles. Sutherland's in the backcourt. Lacey's the one bringing it up here specifically. Lacey now trying to go to work and can't quite get it off the glass on the shot. It's going to get a chance for free throws.
Foul number 22.
After
McKinney going to line for
McKinney's foul.
Tabernacle number
Off on the first, we've got Zotke coming in for McKinney. Lacey Sutherland at the line. Chance to get one out of this trip. Does so. 39-26 is now Rosemount's advantage. Kira Weinja accelerating here. Finds Zotke down low. Out to Jada McKinney. Tapped up, but Lydia Weinja in a good position for it. And is going to make that one count. Lacey Sutherland might have been thinking about a three there for a moment. Liz Sutherland is. And Lydia Weinja rebounds, gets it to Kira. Finds Zotke. In and out. And there's going to be a quick whistle on this one going against Kira Weinja. .241 left here in the third quarter. 41-26, the current margin. Liz Sutherland gets it now, going to her right. Facing a bit of a double, gets it out to Bertelsen. She's going to get a shot there in the paint, but it looked like Lydia Weinja got a finger to that on defense. Now working in the high post, finding Leah Anderson and cleaning up the miss with the putback. Bertelsen gets it across the half-court line after a deeper pass. And Weinja's defensive presence showing up there again. Stays with Rosemount as we're under the 2-minute mark. Targeting Anderson, Ross read it immediately and was able to jump it. Not able to pull it in, but the deflection is going to force Rosemount into another set. Jada McKinney now looking around. Good thought there. The initial look of it was that Kira Weinja was going to come around to receive the ball, and on the fly kind of changed it up to cut down the lane. Read it well. Pass was on target to the right person. Just not able to put it right on the money. Coming back Tabernacle's direction, 43-26. Gets a pick. Now Bertelsen driving, comes up with the shot. Going to be short on that. Gets her own rebound and is going to get a foul call there. It's going to head to the baseline. Will Lacey Sutherland. And shot clock resets here. It's got to get that in. Deflected. Picked up by Kira Weinja. Up to McKinney, to Weinja. Bobbles it, and so this will have to reset some. Leah Anderson comes in. And Lydia Weinja able to score. 45-26 to 26 is the score here. And pulls up from 3, but the ball blocked, I believe, by Kira Weinja, who then sets up that fast break finish by Taylor Zotke. And the commitment of both sides on defense, certainly it's not a one team or the other thing, but we're seeing some effective defensive possessions by Rosemount over the last couple of minutes here. Steals, blocks, almost a pick there by Zotke. Good offensive board by Bertelsen, and that's going to roll over and in. Jada McKinney gets all the way in but can't finish. Lydia Wanja cleans it up. We've got 11 seconds if the Eagles are going to get one last shot out of this. Lacey Sutherland finds Julia Ross. They're going to have to go up fast. 3, 2, 1. Gets it up in time. And off the inside of the rim. 49-28 is the score as Rosemount hasn't cloned one of their performances from earlier in the knockout stages, but more of the kind of momentum that they were hoping for entering this one. 2 minutes and we'll be back with you for the fourth quarter. We're down to the final quarter of the West Coast Baptist Ladies Tip-Off Tournament. 8 minutes to go is all that stands between Rosemount and a convincing title run, unless Tabernacle is able to pull off one of the more astonishing upsets that you will have ever seen. Lydia Weinja trying to close the door here. And the semifinal, she was stepping out and hitting shots. Here she's been effective on the offensive glass. She is effective cutting to the basket here. Just an all-round game by the senior. Finishing this tournament with a bang, Leah Anderson, the junior, contributing there. Up to Abby Bertelsen. So working against Cheyenne Rhodes. Now looking around. Is able to find Liz Sutherland. Bertelsen from outside. It's going to be a bit short, and it will head back Rosemount's direction. Taylor Zotke bringing it up. And Anderson passing it in and trying to free Bertelsen. Sutherland gets the pass off. Abby Bertelsen goes coast to coast with it. And Tabernacle calls a timeout immediately. 7:10, just 50 seconds into this fourth quarter. 53-30 is our score. Back in a second. Kira Weinja on the baseline into Taylor Zotke. Brings it up. Anderson's going to pull up for the shot. A little bit deep there. And Liz Sutherland comes away with it now, heading down the court, trying to turn the corner on Rhodes. And will pick up a whistle along the way. Seasting heads to the baseline, looking for her teammates. Lacey Sutherland tries to get it up, but not able to get a clean look off. Lydia Weinja picks out Cheyenne Rhodes, who's going to turn the corner over the top, but doesn't get much of the board to help her out. Off the side, now Anderson comes back with the offensive board.
I'll be right there.
Lacey Sutherland trying to accelerate past Rhodes and is going to get another whistle against Rhodes as she tries to beat her down the court. 6:26 left in the fourth. 53-30. Lacey Sutherland at the line, prepping her first. Short right. Jada McKinney in for Cheyenne Rhodes. We're looking at starters for both, other than Minnesota's Taylor Zotke. Weinja with the board. Kira Weinja now up. Getting it inside to Anderson, and that's going to trickle over, but Lydia Weinja able to get the board and pick up the foul against Julia Ross. Julia Ross, rather. Shot by Lydia Weinja. Swishes it. And he gets the second. Bertelsen gets it across the half-court line. Surveying her options. Finds Liz Sutherland. Pulls up from three. It's tapped. Julia Ross comes away with it. Bertelsen from three again. And short. Jada McKinney is going to get that one and be fouled in the process. Minnesota with a chance to reset. Zotke and McKinney in the backcourt. The sophomore Jada McKinney bringing it up. Weinja in the low post. Gets it, takes the contact, chance for an and one play now. 5:38 left in this one. And despite the Eagles' best efforts, the Crusaders have kept pushing this one out. Wanja at the line here and is a little long on this one. Ross with the rebound. Lacey Sutherland dribbling. Gets it to Liz. Turns the corner, picks up the foul call, and she'll head to the line for two. Hits the first. But can't get the second. Bounces around. Bertelsen almost came down with it twice. Ends up with Kira Wanja, who now pushes it up the court and is able to launch it, picking out Jada McKinney. Drives in. And the board by Bertelsen. She's going to pick up a foul call along the way. Called against Anderson. 5:08 left in this. 57-31 is the line. And twisting into the lane is Liz Sutherland, but not able to get it to fall. Anderson scoops it up and finds one of the many ball handlers on this Minnesota side. Wanja cleans up, and her ability to really vacuum up a lot of the opportunities on both sets of boards been the turning point in changing this half. Reagan Seasting with a smooth jump shot from the top of the key. Wanja up and in. Ticking down to about 4 minutes left in this one. Lacey Sutherland dancing through the lane. Almost gets that one. Ross with the offensive board. Finds Seasting. And almost finds the basket there. Blocked. And Jada McKinney is away. Gets all the way down inside. Underside of the rim. Gets knocked away as she tries to go up with that off of Wanja's hands. And so this is going to be Tabernacle ball. Cy Weber checking into the game on the Tabernacle side of things. Lacey Sutherland with this here. Now it's back to Liz. Cy shoots right away, not able to get this one. Coming over to Maya McKinney. Tries to save this one in time, not quite able to get there. 3:27 left in this one. Rosemount putting the finishing touches on this tournament. The Crusaders been playing well, maintaining that here. No slump in form. Bertelsen is up and good with it. Long two. Jada McKinney working now against Weber. Sees Anderson flash across. Maya McKinney back to it. Finds Zotke. And it's going to get tied up here. Jump ball goes Tabernacle's direction. And stolen by Maya McKinney. Minnesota's done an effective job of pushing the pace even throughout the game. And a long jump shot, almost, but not quite. And this one has a whistle come late for the kick. 63-35, 2:07 is the call here. Someone's saying something about soccer over in the student section. Keep me in mind whenever we do a West Coast soccer tournament. But for right now, I'm going to go drink some hot tea or something after this game, try to rejuvenate the voice. Great play coming out of bounds by the Crusaders with Maya McKinney providing the finish. Lacey Sutherland is swarmed, but gets it to Bertelsen, who's going to try to loop that all the way up and over and is going to pick up a foul there. 1:48 in this, 65-35. Bertelsen just a little deep on that one. And the freshman Ella Ernst into the game now. First appearance in this championship match. Featured in earlier games of the tournament. And providing some impact off the bench even in the semifinal. She'll have 1:47 to continue doing that here. McKinney's in the backcourt. Bringing it up here. We've got Zotke guarded by Weber to the right. Trying to slide this one through. And a good pass is going to pick out Jada McKinney. And the offensive rebound and putback by Lydia Weinja. Liz looking for Lacey Sutherland. Good pass is going to pick out number 20, Madison Linder. Her first score of the game for Tabernacle. Under a minute now. Jada McKinney holding under pressure. Gets matched up on Weber. Now gets a pick from Ernst. Frees her into the lane. Up and in with the floater. Liz Sutherland coming up what may be a last trip down the court for the Eagles of Tabernacle Christian in this tournament. Bertelsen gets it tied up for a jump ball going back Rosemount's direction. And with 18.5. Taylor Zotke is going to inbound here for what you would have to imagine would very likely be the last possession of the game. Ernst pulls up for the shot. Weinja with it. Zotke. And we're going to get one more trip down the floor. Bertelsen not going to get that one up in time. And the champions of the West Coast Baptist Tip-Off Tournament ladies side are First Baptist School of Rosemount, Minnesota. And whether you're talking on-ball defense or the back line, whether you're talking running or working in the half court, Rosemount not leaving much to chance throughout the tournament. Just a masterpiece of execution throughout. Tabernacle Christian School, the Eagles from Anderson, Indiana, from Martinsville, Indiana, rather. An incredibly deserving silver medalist here, gave Rosemount easily the best fight of any of the teams I've been able to see in this tournament. A lot for both teams to feel proud about, and certainly a success in so many ways for both teams. But in terms of walking away with gold, we all knew it could only be one. And the Crusaders from Minnesota stamped themselves in what presumably are the often referenced history books of the West Coast Baptist College tip-off tournament. Great win by the Crusaders to get it done. Thanks for all of our fans tuning in from Minnesota, Indiana, or wherever else you may have watched this one from. The college game tonight will tip off at 6 p.m. Pacific time, followed by the men's title game between High Street, Columbus, Ohio, and Indiana Christian from Anderson, Indiana. That one will be at 8 p.m. If you're on the East Coast staying up late anyway, pray that the college game doesn't go to overtime. It's been fun getting to call this tournament with you. I'll be on the college game tonight, but I'm letting some friends cover the men's tournament finale. And so for the last time in this tournament, signing off.
Fans, please clear the court. Please clear the court. Welcome to the Ladies Division 2026 West Coast Baptist College Tip-Off Tournament Skills Competition. We're going to start with the three-point challenge. Three-point challenge. Each player will have 1 minute for three-pointers. While moving to the 5 points on the floor, the player with the most made threes is the winner. If the player's foot touches the line before the shots go up, that basket will not count. The three-point line for the ladies is the gray line, If a tie for first place occurs, the player will play one other round to break the tie. Our first contestants for the three-point competition. From First Baptist Nebraska, Serenity Knapp. And from Harvest, Temple Lily Stanford. Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. Lily with 4 and Serenity with 3. Our next contestants from First Baptist, Florida, Valentina Maya. And from Tabernacle, Liz Sutherland. Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. Valentino with 2. And Liz with 7. Liz moves into first place. Our next contestant from First Baptist, Rosemont, number 45, Lydia Weinja. Shooter, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. And your 3-point competition champion from Rosemont First Baptist, Minnesota, Lydia Weinja. And now we're going to move into our free throw competition. From Harvest Temple, Kaylin Bethel. And from First Baptist, Nebraska, Paige Anderson. The shooters will have 10 free throws. The most made free throws out of 10 free throws will be the champion. Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. 6 for Kaylin and 4 for Paige. Our next contestants from First Baptist Florida, Eunice Capote. And from Tabernacle, Lacey Sutherland. Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. Three for Eunice and 6 for Lacey. That means we have a tiebreaker. We have 2 in first place tie. And our final contestant from First Baptist Minnesota, Cheyenne Rhodes. Cheyenne finishes with 5. We have a tie-breaking round between Kaylin and Lacey. 5 free throws. 5 free throws. Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. Lacey finishes with 2, and Caitlin with 2. We have one more tie-breaking round, 3 free throws. 3 free throws. Shooters, are you ready? Starting in 3, 2, 1. And our free throw competition winner goes to Kaylin Pethel from Harvest Temple. Congratulations. These players will be awarded in the competition after the championship game tonight, which follows the West Coast Baptist College game at 6 o'clock. We will see you here in the Walther Center, 6 o'clock, West Coast Baptist College versus Cal Prestige University. Thank you. We have a lost bracelet and a lost wallet here at the scores table. Lost bracelet and lost wallet. Josiah Poblete, please report to the scores table. Thank you. Fans, please clear the court. Please clear the court. Thank you.